state's hoping we're going to use the state's laptop.
Sure.
Judge, when they're finished, can you just?
Let me approach one more time.
Sure.
And let me know. Please don't talk directly to the witness or the attorneys yourself. However, it is a lot easier for us to have someone repeat something than to have to go back later and try to reconstruct what they said, okay? So if you didn't hear anything, please just raise your hand, ask me to have the witness repeat themselves or speak up. If they're speaking too softly, just raise your hand and I'll direct them to speak up. Sometimes there's videos or audios being played. We just use the universal volume up, volume down for whatever you need on that, okay? I'll let you know that anything that comes into evidence in this trial, whether it be a piece of evidence, whether it be a video that's played, you will have an opportunity to look at now, and also you'll be able to see that when you deliberate. So when you go to deliberate, the evidence, the physical evidence, will be brought to you into the jury room. There's no computers in the jury room, so if you need to see videos or audio again, you'll send a note to me and make that request, and then we'll come back here and play it for you. You can watch it as many times as you want. You can get as close to the screens as you want. Whatever you want to do will be up to you, okay? I do want to just inquire of you, has anyone contacted any of you in any way about this case? I see no hands. Raise your hand if they have. Have any of you contacted anyone else about this case? No, I see no hands. Have any of you gone online and looked up anything about this case? I see no hands. I do appreciate it. If you can listen carefully, I'll have your preliminary instructions, okay? And if you can't hear me, let me know and I'll speak up, okay? Not usually a problem, but you never know. Members of the jury, you have been selected and sworn as the jury to try the case of State of Florida versus Susan Louise Lorincz. This is a criminal case. Susan Lorincz is charged with manslaughter by use of a firearm. The definition of manslaughter by use of a firearm will be explained to you later. You must decide this case based on the evidence presented and the law that I give you. Evidence consists of the sworn testimony of witnesses, exhibits admitted into evidence, and anything else that I tell you to consider as evidence. The state's charging document, which is called an information, is not evidence and is not to be considered by you as any proof of guilt. It is my responsibility to explain the law to you. It is your solemn responsibility to determine if the state proved its accusation beyond a reasonable doubt against Susan Lorincz in accordance with the law that I provide to you. Thus, the province of the jury and the province of the court are well defined, and they do not overlap. This is one of the fundamental principles of our system of justice.
And is that you are related to Jennifer Paxton,
I am Jennifer Paxton's aunt.
okay? And your sister was her mother.
Yes.
And what was her mother's name?
Patricia Dinwiddie.
Okay, and was Ms. Dinwiddie alive when Jennifer died?
Yes.
Is she alive now?
No.
So your sister and your niece are deceased?
Yes.
Okay. Could you tell us, for the jury, your sister's, she had multiple children?
Yes.
Okay, and Jennifer was one of her children?
Yes.
Do you know what year Jennifer was born?
84?
Okay, so she was about 36 years old when she died?
Yes.
Okay, and you know that Jennifer was raised in Knoxville?
Yes.
Carnes High School, as a matter of fact?
Yes.
Okay. But in the last several years, let's say well, let me back up a little bit before that. Jennifer had several children,
Yes.
7 as a matter of fact.
Yes, sir.
but Jennifer struggled with some problems. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Tell the members of the jury what it is that Jennifer struggled with.
Jennifer struggled with drugs and drinking.
Okay. And when did that begin in her life?
After she lost her children,
Okay. And so at some point in her life as a mother, she lost all 7 of her children
yes,
to the Department of Children's Services
yes,
through her addiction?
yes.
Okay. But you said that she really turned to those after the kids were removed. About what year was that?
I don't recall.
What are the age range of her children?
Then or now?
Then, when she died?
I don't recall.
Okay. How old is Elena?
Alana.
Alana?
Would be about 12 years old.
Okay. And Skylar, the oldest? How old's Skylar?
Skylar will be 21, or
Okay.
just turned 21.
So is that the age range of her children
Yes.
that she lost? Okay. Tell us what was in the time frame when she died. Of course, we're talking about right before COVID hit, right, back in 2019. And we turn your attention to that about her life. You'd already told the jury she had some addiction problems.
Yes.
What was she doing, or how was she living or caring for herself back in 2019, let's say before COVID hit?
I'm not aware of that.
Okay. Your relationship with her had turned south sometime before that, meaning your contact with her had ceased at some point in the years
Yes.
prior to that? Tell the members of the jury why.
I did not agree with Jennifer using drugs.
Okay. And what else was she doing to fuel or to pay for her drug habit?
I don't know for sure how she,
Okay. But you would be at times relieved to know things about Jennifer with regard to her drug habit that you've told us from the state, right? When
Yes.
was it that you'd be relieved to explain that to the jury?
I don't understand. Can you repeat that?
You told us,
Objection leading, I'll let it go for a while. Thank you.
with regard to Jennifer's freedom, was she always out in public?
Yes.
Okay. And where was she living when she was out in public?
On the streets.
Okay. And where in particular would, do you know what areas of town she would live in?
From Merchants Road, North Knoxville, to South Knoxville.
Okay. And were those generally 2 types of areas she would stay at?
Yes.
Do you know if she got in trouble with the police from time to time?
Yes.
Okay. And how would that make you feel when that happened?
I'd be okay if she was in jail.
To explain that to the jury, why?
We knew that she was safe and off the streets if she was in jail.
And is that the stance that your family took?
Yes.
Who do you live with right
Who-
now? Who do you live with right now?
My son, my grandchildren, my mom, and my husband.
And how old is your mother?
77.
And she goes by Mill?
Yeah.
Is that what Jennifer called her?
No.
Okay. What did Jennifer call her?
Mom.
Okay. Because she raised Jennifer?
Yes.
Jennifer did Jennifer know her father?
Yes.
Okay. She knew who he was?
Yes.
Did she have a relationship with him?
No.
Matter of fact, he's in prison.
Yes.
And with regard to Jennifer's habits, did she often appear at a certain particular time that you were aware of back in 2019? Did she have some particular custom or habit of appearance at your place?
Yes.
Explain that to the jury if you would.
Jennifer would always come to my house and get money from Mom
Okay.
on the 3rd of every month.
Why would that particular habit, what was happening that caused her to do that on the 3rd of every month?
Because that's when Mom would get her Social Security.
And why would your mom give Jennifer money if she's using it for drugs?
I don't know that my mom knew that she was doing any drugs.
Okay. But Jennifer would appear and get money at least from your mother on that regular basis
Yes,
every month?
yes.
And did there come a time when she stopped appearing, getting money from your mother?
Yes.
And when was the last time that you're aware of that she came and got money from your mother on the 3rd
December
of what year?
2019.
Okay. And so, moving into COVID, of course, COVID in 2020, did you ever see Jennifer after the times when she would come and get money from your mother?
No.
You said that Jennifer did have criminal problems. Would she be arrested from time to time? You'd be relieved in a sense. Do you know what she was being arrested for, the types of offenses, what she was doing?
No.
Did she ever work a job that you're aware of?
Jennifer?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Cleaned houses?
Yes.
May I approach her?
Okay, thank you.
What exhibit number are we on, Judge?
This be 3.
This will be number 3. Ms. Payne, what I'm going to hand you first is, I'm going to mark Exhibit 3 and hand you that, what's been marked for identification, Exhibit 3, and ask you, do you recognize that?
Yes.
And what is that?
Jennifer Paxton.
Is that contemporaneous or around the last times that you saw her in
Yes.
December of 2019?
Yes.
And that is, we'd move that in as Exhibit number 3, live photo Jennifer Paxton, and ask to publish, let her hold her.
Okay. Go ahead and pass that to the jury. We'll pass it through there. Deputy, if you'll take it up when they finish looking at it.
What I'm handing you now is being marked as Exhibit number 4, and that is, if you could take a look at that, tell us Exhibit number 4, what is that?
It's a map.
Okay, and what general area is that of?
North Knoxville.
The area that you were referring to about where Jennifer lived? Is that
Yes.
fair to say? And the red marker on that, do you recognize the location of the red marker on that?
Yes.
And what is the red marker in the middle of that map?
The Pint House.
And what do you know the Pint House to be?
A bar.
Okay. And do you believe that you saw Jennifer at some point in 2019, the last that you saw her in that area sometime in 2019?
Yes.
Is that in late 2019?
Yes.
Tell the members of the jury the circumstances of how you saw her and where you saw her.
I saw her coming or walking across the parking lot of Austin Steakhouse. I was coming out of the restaurant from eating, and when I saw her last.
Okay, if you could just mark an X and the location where you last saw Jennifer. Was she in a car, on foot, or describe that if you could.
Your Honor, you mind if I approach to see it? Sure.
Okay. And put an X wherever it is you're
I did.
saying. Okay. And there's a black X. It's a small X. I'm gonna put a big X.
Okay.
It is hard to see. And that's basically in the roadway right near the Pint House.
Yes.
Did she look the same to you as she had in the past, or?
No, she looked thinner.
Okay. And with regard to that, was Jennifer welcome in your house?
Yes.
Okay. For what purpose?
To visit Mom?
Okay. Would Jennifer ask money from you?
No,
How come?
because she knew I wouldn't give it to her.
Okay. Based on the history that you've already described?
Yes.
Okay. We'd move that in as exhibit number 4.
Okay. And if you could pass that to Sherry, please, that'd be good.
Were you aware that other family members were in contact with Jennifer?
Yes.
How would people actually communicate with her if you told the jury she was on the streets?
Yes.
When you mean on the streets, you mean homeless,
Yes.
living outside?
Yes.
Okay, and how does a person that's living outside, how would she communicate with family other than arriving at your house to get money from her mom, your mother?
Just arriving at our homes.
Okay. So in terms of her ability to communicate over phones or things like that, did she ever have that kind of thing that you're aware of?
I'm not aware of.
And what other family members would be, when you said where she could go personally, you said book 2 sides of town, the south side and merchant side. Who was it that lived on the south side?
Beverly Jeffers.
Okay, and who lived near merchants?
I got that backwards.
Okay, yes. Who lived on the south side?
Me.
That's you. You live on the south side with your mother, right?
Yes.
Near Chapman Highway, Walgreens?
Yes.
And is that where she would live, near the Walgreens?
Yes.
Okay. And who would live over in the merchants area that she would have a place to go to if she was over in merchants, if she needed to?
Beverly Jeffers.
Okay. Is Beverly Jeffers here?
Yes.
She's seated here in the courtroom?
Yes.
Okay. And with regard to that, would she be assisted in things like laundry and things of that nature if she needed it?
Yes.
Were you aware, or did you ever become aware whether or not she was selling herself to fuel her drug habit?
I wasn't aware of that.
Okay. Were you made aware of that?
Yes.
Okay. So you know that now?
Yes.
And just to be clear, the last you saw your niece alive, it was within sight of the Pint House?
Yes.
Okay. Were you aware of when your sister, your deceased sister, were you aware of when she made a report to the Knoxville Police Department reporting her daughter, your niece, missing?
Objection, hearsay.
If she's aware of when the report happened, or if the report happened?
And so you're saying it's not being introduced for the truth of the matter?
If she was, have personal knowledge.
I'll withdraw the objection.
Okay, go ahead.
Do you have any personal knowledge of when your sister would have reported to the Knoxville Police Department that your niece was missing, Jennifer Paxton?
Yes.
Were you present when that
No.
happened? Okay.
Good morning. So at that time, I'm sorry, I know this is difficult. When you saw her, when's the last time you communicated with Jennifer before seeing her in that parking lot?
6 months before.
Okay, so there would be long periods of time
Yeah.
between her coming to your house?
No,
No? It was every third, every month?
yes,
Okay. And I think you said the last time that you saw her at the house was in December of 2019, so that would be December 3rd that she would have been there? I think he asked, well, I may be misspeaking, I apologize, but I feel like that I heard him ask you when's the last time she was there to get money, and I think you said it was December 2019.
yes,
Okay, and so that would be the 3rd?
Yes.
Okay, so December 3rd, 2019. Okay. And was she, did you all ever offer her a place to stay? Was she welcome to stay at your house if she wanted to?
no,
Okay, why is that?
because she was on drugs.
Right, okay. And what would be the fear of her being on drugs at the house? What would cause you fear for that?
I had small children
Okay.
at the house.
Okay, and it wouldn't be a good influence at that point. That's
Right.
understandable. And then you said that is it your sister that's Beverly Jeffers?
No, she's my cousin.
Your cousin, okay. But she lived close to Merchants.
Yes,
Do you know if she saw Jennifer more often or less often?
I'm not aware.
Okay. Do you know if she had a close relationship with Jennifer?
I don't know.
Okay. Do you know if she offered Jennifer a place to stay if she wanted to?
Yes,
And she would have offered, so Jennifer could have stayed there if she wanted to?
yes,
Okay. So that would mean that she chose not to stay there, right?
yes.
Okay. I think that's all, Judge.
Thank you. Any redirect? No, you don't. No? We call it no. Okay. Thank you, ma'am. You can step down. You're free to stay in the courtroom. We're free to go. Thank you. We'll call Brittany Payne. Brittany Payne.
I apologize to the court, we're gonna get the kinks worked out here.
We'll be fine. While we're waiting, if y'all step up for just for a minute. If you'll raise your right hand, please, ma'am. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you. So I need you to tell me your first and last name, spell them both. I need you to speak up in that microphone right there in front. Okay?
Brittany Payne, Brittany Payne.
Thank you, ma'am. Any questions?
And Ms. Payne, who's your mother?
Beverly Payne.
Is that the woman who just came in and testified before you?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and so you have a first cousin named Jennifer Paxton,
Yes, sir.
or had?
Yes.
And your relationship with Jennifer Paxton, if you just tell the jury briefly what your relationship was like growing up.
It was very interesting. It was fun. She was always whatever. She just made people laugh. Did whatever she could to make people happy.
But as far as your relationship with her personally, was it like cousins or was it
More like sisters.
Okay.
We pretty much grew up together. My grandmother pretty much raised her, which is why she called her mama. So.
And you both grew up here in Knoxville?
Yes.
And she was good friends with you?
Yes.
And did that remain constant throughout her life?
Yes.
Did things happen in her life, though, that caused her to go, in terms of her relationship with you, strain that relationship?
No, we had a pretty decent relationship.
Okay. But there are things that happened in her life that caused her to lose her children.
Yes.
Did she change direction at that point?
Yes.
Okay.
I was still there for her at the time.
Well, I understand that, but as far as what she was getting into, what was she doing after she lost her children?
She went down a wrong path in life, and she started using heroin. I guess she just wasn't there in her head anymore.
Okay. So her drug of choice was?
Heroin.
And what would she do to get heroin?
She would usually bum money off of our grandmother, or she would get money off me. She would also prostitute to get money.
Okay. And where was she living, if you know, in 2019?
In 2000, she was a little bit of here and there. She was homeless at the time. She was living in a tent in the woods.
Okay. Where were her homeless camps that she stayed at?
Well, the only ones that I know of where I have met her at several times was off of Merchants, and then the Walgreens on Chapman Highway between Chapman and Moody, on the corner of Chapman and Moody, right
Okay.
there.
There's a Walgreens and there's woods behind there?
Yes, the woods behind there, it's a homeless camp pretty much, and if you're not homeless, you can't go there.
Okay, but you would, in fact, go to homeless camps to meet her?
I would meet her outside of a homeless camp.
Okay.
She would never allow me to get out of the car I would hand her the money through the window.
Okay. In terms of handing her money, how would you arrange that if she needed money? How did you communicate with her?
Through Facebook.
Okay. And so how would she, if she's homeless, have Facebook?
There's plenty of places that you can, free Wi-Fi, as
Okay.
in McDonald's and stuff like that.
Just using devices that are connected to Wi-Fi? That
Yes.
you can go to McDonald's there on Chapman, or any business on Chapman pretty much to
Yes.
get Wi-Fi? And she would request money from you?
Yes, or
Which is-
food.
Would she request food?
Yes.
Okay, and what would happen when you bring her food instead of money?
She'd be thankful, but she would ask if I had a couple dollars to loan her.
Okay. And how often did you communicate with her in the late of 2019?
The last time I spoke to her was before Thanksgiving, and she had asked me for like $20 to get her something to eat for her and her boyfriend. And I had met her at the Walgreens on Chapman Highway, and I gave her the $20, and that was the last time that I had seen her.
Okay. And were you part of the effort to report her missing sometime later?
No, but I was the first person in our family to post on Facebook looking for her.
Okay. And do you recall when you posted that?
Maybe right around Christmas.
Okay. And because you hadn't heard from her in a while?
Correct, and we had searched, we got online, we searched police stations, hospitals. We was told that she was in a rehabilitation somewhere in Nashville, which I assume either she did go or it was a lie. I don't know.
That's Facebook stuff?
Yeah.
People saying stuff?
Yeah.
Okay. But you know she wasn't in Nashville, right?
No.
You now know that, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then there was a man that had contacted me, and he was telling me that she was,
Okay.
yeah.
With
Abstain.
with
Yeah.
regard to your personal knowledge, did she have places where she could go to on Merchants?
Oh, yes.
Okay. With regard to people that would take her in and give her a warm shower and let her do laundry and things like that? There were-
Anytime she needed it.
Okay. And you as well?
Yes.
Then why was she living in the woods?
She didn't want help.
You refer to that as what? Homeless?
I say, I don't know, really. I just assumed the drugs.
She preferred to be in the woods?
Yeah, she preferred it that way. Like, I've tried to get her to stay with me. I know family has tried to get her to stay with them. She just didn't want it.
Because of her addiction?
Yes, I would assume.
And you think in 2019, was that pretty much running everything she did?
Yeah.
That's what.
Good morning.
Morning.
I'm sorry for your loss.
Thank you.
When you would meet her at the homeless camps, are those crowded places? How many people are at those homeless camps?
Sometimes, but usually during the day when I would go meet her, that's when they're out and about doing things.
Okay, so you would go during the day, it's probably
Yes,
smart, right?
I got children. I'm not doing nothing crazy.
So when, the last occasion, I think you mentioned that you took her $20 so she could get food for herself and her boyfriend. Do you know who the boyfriend was?
Sid,
Sid? Okay.
I believe he's passed away now.
Okay. Did you ever meet him?
Well, I met him from a distance, not like introducing type of,
Gotcha.
you know.
Okay. And you were aware that she was prostituting?
Yes.
Okay.
She'd been doing it
So how long had she been doing that?
off and on for years.
Okay. Okay. And so there had been a drug issue for years, too.
Yeah.
Right? And I assume that was probably part of the reason why she lost her children.
I'm not entirely sure on
Don't know.
that.
Okay. But she would communicate through Facebook. Did she have a phone that you knew of?
I don't know if it was her phone or if she was using a phone.
Okay.
I just know that anytime she needed it, she would contact me through Facebook, and it'd be on her profile.
Right.
But, you know, you can log into anybody's phone, so.
Right, you just don't know about the device.
Right.
but she
I don't
had
know
a
if it
phone.
was hers or someone else's.
But it was like a Facebook message, like a message, like instant
Yeah,
messenger? kind of
basic
thing?
message, yeah.
Okay. And if you messaged her through Facebook instant message, she would receive those messages?
Yes.
Okay, so she had clear access to a device of some sort, right?
Last time I seen her, yeah.
Right, okay. And I think that you said that she was welcome to stay with you anytime she wanted, right? I mean, y'all were
Yeah.
close, and,
Anybody in our family would have took her in.
right. But she chose not to,
Yeah.
and she chose to be homeless, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Judge.
Any direct? Thank you, ma'am. You can step down. Free to the court, we're free to go. Who's next?
Here, please state calls Phyllis Tonkin.
Maybe you go this way. Is somebody gonna get her, or? She's bringing her. Okay.
Judge, can we approach briefly?
Please. Right up here. If you'll raise your right hand, you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you. If you have a seat, if you'll tell me your first and last name, spell them both, and then if you'll speak up in that microphone, they'll help everybody hear.
Okay. My name is Phyllis Tonkin, Phyllis Tonkin.
Officer Tonkin, what's your current occupation?
Police officer,
And how long have you been a police officer?
just a little over 22 and a half years.
What current agency are you with?
Knoxville Police Department.
So that's the next county over, Knox County, right? Not here in Anderson?
Yes, ma'am.
What's your current assignment with KPD?
Currently working in the Office of Professional Standards,
How long have you been doing that?
just a little over a year.
What were you doing in 2019? Do you recall?
I worked for Knoxville Police Department. I was in their Special Crimes Unit.
As part of Special Crimes Unit, did you investigate missing persons?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that all you did with Special
No.
Crimes? Could you just give
Sure.
a brief description of what that means?
We also would investigate domestic violence, elder abuse, human trafficking, missing persons, and child abuse.
Was it in your work with Special Crimes and Missing Persons that you got called in to assist on an Anderson County case with Oak Ridge Police Department?
I did.
Could you tell us about how that came about, please?
Actually, a friend of mine received a call and asked if I was available, and that friend handed the phone over, and it was, I believe, I don't know if he was an investigator or an officer, Marvell with Oak Ridge, and had indicated they may have found a missing person that I had been investigating.
As part of that, did you get information about some descriptors of the missing person?
Yes, some tattoos, I believe, is what it was.
Okay. As part of your investigation, skip ahead a little bit, do you take in the missing persons reports from individuals?
It goes through a process, but it ends up with me.
Okay. As part of that process and ending up with you, did you get information about a Jennifer Gail Paxton being reported missing?
Yes.
Do you recall when that was?
I believe that was on February the 2nd of 2020 is when the report came in.
So when you get a report, can you tell us what process you go through in just investigating a sort of missing persons report?
Sure. One of the first things I would do is I would contact the individual that is the complainant, and at that point I contacted Miss Dinwiddie, who is the mother of Jennifer Paxton. She had indicated that she was...
May we approach?
Can I have your recorder?
Oh, sorry. We try to be efficient, make up for the time that it takes to go in between witnesses. I can't make up for that.
Now, go ahead.
All right. Thank you, Your Honor. Now, if you could continue,
Okay.
please.
So I would have made contact with Miss Dinwiddie, who indicated that her daughter had been missing since she had last seen her November the 4th of 2019. At that point in time, I would go through different databases that we had access to at the police department to determine if anybody else had seen Miss Paxton or had any contact with Miss Paxton from the time in which she was last seen by her mother until the time in which we received the report.
And in going through that history, did you find that she had had any contact with the Knoxville Police Department in that period of time?
Initially, she had contact with, on November the 27th of 2019, there was an outstanding warrant where she was out at Knox County intake. She was released on December the 3rd of 2019. And then the Knoxville Police Department had contact with her on December 23rd of 2019. by an officer, Medina, who had answered a call for service at 5517 Wallwood Road, where there was an individual that was dancing around in circles and appeared to be on some type of, or under the influence of something, per the complainant.
Okay, right, if I could back up for just a little bit, that November intake date, are you aware of what that was for?
It was an outstanding warrant, that's all I recall.
Okay. And going through to December 23rd, you said the contact with Medina?
Medina.
Do you recall where that location was?
5517 Wallwood Road, I believe is the address.
May I approach, please? Going to withdraw what's been previously marked as exhibit number 4.
Yes, ma'am. Can you do that? Thank you. Can you just stand up here and see what you're drawing?
I think you're just showing where Walwood Road is?
Yes.
I know where it is.
Okay.
Thank you.
Do you recognize the area that's reflected on this map?
Yes.
Do you see where the Pint House is with a red marked dot?
Yes.
And do you see where Wallwood Road is in relation to that?
Yes, ma'am.
Could you mark with your initials where Wallwood Road is on this? And you've circled those initials?
Yes.
As well?
It's kind of hard to see.
Let me grab a darker pen for you. Try that, yes, do that with a Sharpie, please. Actually, let's do this with red, so there's previous mark with the black.
Okay. I'll just mark over my initials if that's okay.
This has previously been omitted to show the jury, but since you've all looked at it,
Thank you.
once you gather all this information, what do you do next?
As far as an investigation,
As far as an investigation and any steps you take to try to locate an individual?
normally we would try and see if they have any type of phones where we might be able to track where if there was any last phone calls made, things of that nature. But there was very little information to go off of other than the time that she was incarcerated until the time that Officer Medina had made contact with her.
So this isn't anything where you had like pings on a phone to
No, we
find
did not.
somebody anyplace. Do you create a missing persons flyer?
Yes.
What kind of information is included on those?
The information on that would indicate the date and the time that the complaint came in, the date and time that the individual was last seen. It would also indicate usually a photograph of the person and some information such as her height, her date of birth, her weight, eye color, things of that nature.
May I approach?
Okay.
Do you recognize that form?
Yes.
Can you tell us what it is, please?
Yes, this is a missing person flyer that would have been created for Ms. Paxton.
And who should they contact in the event that she is identified or located?
They would contact myself.
This accurately reflects your report.
Yes.
I move this in as State's Exhibit number 5.
Okay, that'd be exhibit number 5. And officer, if you'll pass this to the jury, please. Thank you.
Judge, I've actually got that one queued up if you want
That
to
one?
publish it on the screen.
Can you do that?
Yes.
Okay, take it back then. They're gonna put it up there on the television screen for us. They're gonna put it up there on the screen for us. Thank you. by doing that, we don't have to pass it around to you. That's the reason I suggested that to him. So, General, thanks for doing that.
Now I'll back up a little bit. You said you had received a call from somebody you believe was named Marvell, who was investigating a case in Oak Ridge, correct?
Correct.
And when given the information, did you then assist in helping identify the person that they had found?
Yes, I went to the scene and was there prior to the search warrant and things of that nature.
And is it your belief that the individual who was found was Jennifer Gale Paxton?
Yes.
Pass this witness, Judge.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
You can take it down, please. Thank you. Investigator Tonkin, we know each other, don't we?
Yes, we do.
Can you tell the jury how we know each other?
When you were in Knox County, we actually had trials together on child abuse cases.
Yep. On the same side then?
On the same side.
Right. So I just got a few questions for you, and it really has to do with the way these things work and the investigations. And so when you first got a report, it's from her mother?
Yes, sir.
Correct? Jennifer's mother?
Yes.
And Jennifer's mother says that she'd been missing since November 4th, 2019?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then you found that she had been arrested released December 3rd, 2019. So we know that she was in jail during some of that part of time, right?
Yes, sir.
And then did you talk with her aunt or cousin? There was some testimony earlier that she came by her grandmother's house on December 3rd. Did you ever get that information?
I don't recall that information.
Okay. If she had gone by her grandmother's house on December 3rd and to get money or whatever, then that would indicate that possibly her mother had not spoken to her grandmother or aunt, because she would know that she had been seen December 3rd,
Correct.
right? Okay. And then y'all looked for phones and Facebooks. Did you look for Facebook at all for her?
I believe I did. It's been quite a while since.
Yes, it has.
Since this missing person came in.
But you didn't find that she had a device? You didn't find a phone or anything,
No,
correct?
sir.
As far as an account?
No.
Right, because that's really all you can search.
Correct.
But if she had a device, you wouldn't know, if she had a personal device on her, there's no way to know that, right?
Correct.
Okay. And then, did you speak with her cousin about Facebook communications at all?
To be honest with you, I don't really recall that.
Okay, okay. And so we don't know when the last Facebook communication might have been, and, okay, okay. And it was February 2nd when the mother actually reported her missing,
Of
right?
2020.
So that'd be like 3 months after she last saw her.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. That's all, thank you.
Any redirect?
Very briefly, Your Honor.
Sure.
Investigator Tonkin, is this the first trial we've done together?
No,
Is this the first trial you've done with General Allen?
no.
In what capacity have we done cases?
When you both were in Knox County, we were all both on the same side.
What kind of cases was that?
Child abuse cases.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, ma'am. You step down, you're free to stay in the courtroom, free to go. Who's next?
May we approach?
I got it. I understand. So go ahead and go to lunch now.
That was going to be the inquiry, yes.
Sure. So, ladies and gentlemen, what we're going to do now is we're going to break for lunch. We'll start back promptly at 1 o'clock. Remember my instructions to you not to discuss the case between yourselves or anything like that. You can leave your notebook set in there, and then we'll start back promptly at 1. Is that okay? Everybody good?
The big room is
Okay, everybody rise. Hope you all have a great lunch. Thanks for your efforts this morning. Good job. Counsel, anything I can do for you before we break for lunch? We
Sir?
good? We good?
Good, Judge.
1 o'clock.
Thank you,
Thank you
Judge.
very much.
Thank you.
You're on irrelevance. Sustained.
The unit that you lived in back in June of 2023, that shared a wall with Susan Lorincz, right?
Yes,
So if I'm standing and I'm facing Susan Lawrence's door, your house would have been to the right,
yes, ma'am.
and you called 911 on the night of this incident.
Yes,
So the kids were playing in the field that evening, right?
I believe so, yes.
And they were being very loud.
Oh, yeah.
And you heard what sounded like two people with raised voices, right?
Yes.
And then you heard a door slam.
Yes,
And then you heard banging on the wall, right?
yes,
And that banging was really, really loud. right?
yes.
So loud that it caused your cats to run under the bed or run off.
They didn't run under the bed until they heard the pop.
Okay. So you heard this banging, and then the banging stopped, right?
Yes, very briefly.
And then you heard it again, but only worse.
I can't say it was worse. No, about the same.
Do you remember giving a deposition in this case?
Yes,
Would seeing a copy of your deposition refresh your memory as to what you heard?
yeah.
Okay. For Mr. Buxman, I'm referring to the witness's deposition, page 19.
I don't have my glasses. They're in my purse out there.
Well, you're probably going to have to read it. Is there no way we can take a break so she can get her glasses?
Yes, ma'am. Well, does she need to go in her purse? And go?
Just right beside the door here.
Okay.
Should I go get them?
Yeah, you can get off the stand, go get your stuff out of your purse, and come back. Thank you.
Families. Thank you.
Page 19, lines 1 through 7. May I approach?
Yes, ma'am.
Number 3?
Yes, ma'am.
To 7.
But read it to yourself, okay?
Okay. Okay.
You finished?
Yes.
So the banging stopped, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
And then you heard it again, only worse.
Yes.
Right? And then you heard a pop.
Yes.
Now the banging was so hard it was shaking the walls in your house, right?
Yes.
And you were scared.
Oh, yes.
And while this banging was happening, you heard voices, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a
Yes. I'm sorry.
That's okay. And the voices were loud.
Very loud.
The voices were aggressive.
Yes.
Like when the sheriff's office knocks on a front door real loud, right? Is that a
Yes.
yes? The voice was really loud and deep.
Yes.
The voice sounded like when someone gets really mad and really wants to scream, right?
Yes.
guttural and deep.
Yes.
And it sounded like it was coming from outside, right?
Yes.
I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
She excused?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Have a nice day.
Thank you. You too.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, what we're going to do is take our lunch break as soon as we have this witness excused. Your lunch is here. I'll ask you to put down your notebooks. Hold on. Ma'am, if you can just... I ask you to put down your notebooks. I'm going to remind you that you can't discuss the case over lunch. You can talk about whatever you want other than the one thing you have in common. But because discussing a case is a type of deliberation, and you can't deliberate to the very, very end of the case. So again, enjoy your lunch. I got to give everyone in court at least an hour break. So right now it's around 11:45. So we'll come back at 12:45. Does that give everyone enough time?
Yes, sir.
All right, we'll see you at 12:45. All right, thank you. All right, 12:45, everybody.
London, Coleman, Kinsey, Donald Winston.
When do you go back to school?
There you go. Yeah. Who's here right now?
You're at FSU?
You can move them.
Because FSU plays
Probably to
Ireland. Oh, yeah, coming up. Yeah. Right, so my sister went to FSU.
1:30.
And her,
Back to 2. And I would take Stithian.
so they're all going to go to Ireland. Yeah, hold on. Yeah.
Two.
That's my nephew. Are you going to cheer against FSU because you like Georgia Tech? Because you're still a Gator?
No, not right. Or New Banks.
Right. But his parents both went to FSU.
No, we're going to need it. It's not.
Nice to see you. Have a good day.
Apologize that I didn't completely finish announcing you. You beat Tracy back, and I wasn't expecting that.
I don't worry too much about it. Say all that. One time, it was Just Dance, so he did copy one of those old ancient ones. We should all read this, and it was, here you go.
Oh, no.
just got a microwave, I'm gonna go to my judge's chambers and warm it up. Yeah, you do.
Huh? Huh?
Oh, they're getting food. When you're ready, sir, I got to secure the courtroom.
Yeah.
Don't need anything? Did you bring lunch?
Yeah, I'm gonna go down after she gets back for lunches. About you?
I brought my own too, I knew.
Yeah.
I need 20 minutes, was gonna be enough. You're gonna go down to the office?
Yeah, I'm gonna go down and get my lunch real quick.
So on the way up, can you get me like a handful of spoons and forks?
Are they in the break room, right?
It should be, yeah. Like, you know where the coffee things is
Yeah.
at?
Is that for
The
you?
bottom is like a big box.
Yeah.
If you don't mind, I can burn them up.
Yeah, I'll bring some too. God damn it. Why they kick you out of here today?
I have no idea.
I guess because my judge had shit, I guess. I don't know.
Who knows? I just go with it, Tony.
What you doing now?
I go there and get my coat.
Alright, have fun, guys.
Anything earth-shattering happen?
No. Their witnesses are wanting to dance around the testimony they gave.
Okay.
Law enforcement, what they gave back when they did their deposition, nothing earth-shattering.
I figured that one, yeah.
So, I put media, everybody's out. So, Austin, if he sees you, he may try to sneak, oh, you gonna sit in there? Nope.
Nope. lunch, so if you wanna.
I might use the bathroom.
Yeah,
I gotta pee.
yeah.
Let's see something come back in here or not. Yeah, 'cause they're on the weed. They got all their food.
Yeah, he was good. He was a pretty good witness.
That other guy's like,
Yeah.
good rat.
Yeah.
You can sit up here if you want.
All right.
I'll just move this shit over to her desk. Back desk.
So are you doing it? Are you doing it 7 years? All right. When she's gonna send that stuff to them? Okay. Hey, come here. Good, good.
No, I just went to the bathroom before I eat my lunch now.
good. I freaked out what you asked for, honestly.
What? Tonight?
Yeah.
Oh. I mean, frosting spoons. Thank you so much.
I went down there, my mind went blank. I'm like, shit,
Hey, you remember? Thank you so much. No.
Yes, ma'am, thank you. Yes, ma'am. No, that my T-Mobile bill came in at $70 more than it normally is. I was, what the hell? I had to recertify my first responder discount, and they didn't, I sent the information in, but they screwed it up on their end.
Thank you for your service. Here's $7 off.
Bro, it's $70.
70?
Yeah.
Okay. Never mind.
For me and my son's line, I pay $100 just for our line. Unlimited everything, and then,
That's a lot. I paid 25 for mine.
with who?
Just me.
With what company?
T-Mobile. All limited tips. My phone is paid off. I just paid it off like 7 months ago, so it's been $25.
But it's $20 a line thereafter. So me and my son, it would be less if it was just me. But the two lines is $100, and then it's $20 for each additional line. So I pay like $170 for my whole household, for 5 people.
That's not bad.
So, yeah, it just went up by $70. And I'm like,
Yeah, they said inflation, man.
well, that's the first thing I was checking. Did all the rates go up? I'm sitting over there like he's a big dog.
Oh. Well, ninja. All ninja. I think the juvenile was a better witness than a lot of our deputies are sometimes.
Oh, they said watch what you're saying because they're recording a lot. Just, sorry, just had to. Tracy came in there and said that.
No, that little kid did a really good
Mm-hmm,
job.
okay.
He was excellent.
They sure did.
Kind of hard to what this he just treat. Yes. But there was some stuff where they were like, well, didn't you? And he was like, no. Where like even a lot of adults would be like, oh yeah, yeah. They would just go along with it. He was like, no. He did a good job.
been looking for like riding lawnmowers, so I finally found one. Great. And then I happened to look North Carolina. Why are you showing me shit from North Carolina? Like, I'm gonna drive my car up there. Like,
Facebook Marketplace?
huh?
Facebook Marketplace?
Yeah, like North Carolina. Like,
Search
that's
for
9
these,
hours.
Shorty.
I'm
Search for
saying I
these.
have done it so many times and still. Well, yeah, I mean,
It does that sometimes.
I hate it.
Yeah, you
And
don't
it's
set
like
your
the
search
one that
range.
you want, you know?
It's like a perfect one, great price.
Yeah, 350, like looking great, 2016. I'm like, oh yeah, that's the one. Yeah, I thought.
I figured out. Just gotta stop in the store and have. I verified, but.
I'm gonna keep it pretty short.
Just say it was by the tree. That would help. Yeah, I think that would help, because that's, give her access to actually take it. It was on her property a little more, it's closer to the property, but, I mean, if I had a tablet, I would put it under the tree so people didn't step on it. I mean, really, that's how a 9-year-old thinks. Not, gee, if I step over this line, I'm gonna be in trouble.
Okay, well.
Oh, okay.
What?
Got it. Thank you.
Still hot?
Yeah, she said it was hot.
Yeah, I think she says like over here.
Okay.
You guys should just go for it.
Is that fucking fold you in a pretzel? Yeah. When I fold you in a pretzel.
I do, still on the camera and hear everything.
I don't need no parking.
Thank you.
I think he forgets that.
When we were doing my way to Orlando, I kept getting texts, emails and stuff. People in Lake County who said, I can read your entire computer, turn your computer. The camera was right over my. Yeah. I got a privacy screen at one point.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm like, oh shoot, I didn't think of that.
Yeah, I've known.
I mean, one person was typing what I was typing. That's how close it was.
Wow.
Yes.
That's scary. Got a right to privacy, man.
Yep.
I think it might be maybe for.
Yeah, I didn't look yet.
Oh, yeah, sure, when I put my personal phone back in, I'll do that, Nancy.
You don't like this.
Yep.
Self-diagnosed. Adam, you don't even know the after. That's rich.
Who did you say was next, Adam?
London.
London?
Yeah, then Coleman, Kinsey, then 911 calls the cops.
Okay. Thank you.
You want to pick it up off of here and put it?
What do you mean?
This,
Oh, I don't know. Is it Bluetooth?
did you get this? Right. Did you buy this?
No,
Let's check
I don't
this
think so.
out.
I think these are ours.
Oh, wow.
I think we requested them.
Yeah, this is the
I don't know.
real deal.
The one I had, it's not gonna work.
Yeah.
It's not gonna work unless it's hooked into your,
Right.
the pointer runs through the system and it activates on the screen. Very well, so-
Oh.
Yeah, it's not laser.
Oh.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, I don't know how we got those or where we got them.
Is that what you're?
Yeah, it works well. We tried all sorts of different.
I know, because I asked my
None of them
IT, I was like, oh, give me a laser pointer, and they're like, oh, it won't work because it's red, and then you were like, use it, and I
I
was
tried a
like,
green one, it doesn't work either.
yeah,
No.
so why does that one work if it's
Because
red?
that is tying into the computer somehow.
Because I was about to get onto my IT, I was about to be like, you
Yeah, I'm
told me
guessing.
that it wouldn't work. Oh, that makes sense now.
I think that's what it's doing.
Hey, I'm gonna send it to you. Can you send it? See if you can get it out there.
I'm gonna. What do you?
Yeah, but how do I know what it is? You can do it, I'm not. Do you want me to push you again?
I've already been a victim once.
Yeah, it won't let me even go beyond the confines of the screen.
That makes sense.
Oh, that's pretty cool though.
See, that's specific to his computer, the Windows, that, whatever that is.
I'm sure one exists. I'm sure like Amazon or something. And who has a P card here? Does anyone have a P card here?
I can
Yeah. Well, I mean, get reimbursed. You know? It's Tuesday. You can have it by Thursday. Voice test them. It's gonna be important. ¿Comiste pernil o algo así?
Nada. Un taco.
Oye, no pernil, algo.
Nada. ¿No? ¿Usted qué come? Okay.
No con frijolitos, pero frijolitos también.
So no.
Ya, fritos, elotes.
Nada bueno.
Nada.
Para tenerlo es como...
No.
Still planning on resting tomorrow afternoonish?
Probably.
Okay.
Yeah. I'll know better this afternoon when we're done, but yeah, probably.
Okay, good.
That's all we got.
See how we get to Jamie today.
You do.
Jamie.
Yeah, you saw
I
it.
did. I did. I did. I saw that. Yeah. I almost had a
Battery?
Adam, stop it now.
I saw it. I don't blame you.
I'm glad you saw it. Be a witness at that hearing.
I got your back, dude. Always.
EEOC.
I think you need to come over to our office now.
No, no.
We're much nicer.
I actually wouldn't blame him.
There's no
though.
physical violence involved.
After that, I literally couldn't help myself. Like,
I've made it 12 minutes there.
I know. No.
I don't want to have a problem with this bill. I just don't see us getting that far.
I better take care of this.
We have like 10 witnesses until then, so.
Okay, great, great.
We're set. It had nothing to do with you.
We gotta call Medina first to get the gun and the bullet.
So,
She's not answering.
yeah, I guess just call her and see where she is. First thing tomorrow.
Probably.
I would say
We'll let her know more tomorrow, tonight.
yeah, we'll let her know more.
Everybody ready to go?
If you could give me access to the screen, I just wanna make sure the volume is
Sure.
appropriate. Thank you, Your Honor.
Should be on you.
Probably have to go turn the blue man on, I believe.
Maybe so.
9-1. Perfect. Thank you, Judge.
Yeah, let me tell you something real quick. Otherwise, you ready to go?
Yes, sir.
Yes, Judge. And our first witness is going to be the last juvenile of the day.
It'll be the last juvenile of the day. Okay. Everyone's here, I see. Go back on the record. Yes, ma'am. Remind me, we need to get the names. Can't remember everything. Or even most things, really. Come on. So we're back on the record on State of Florida versus Susan Lorincz, 23-2236. I see everyone's here. We'll bring the jurors in. This clock up here is a little slow. Just so everyone knows. This clock up here is slow for some reason. Thank God it's 12:49. Where's Bill? In his courtroom. How's he put up with a slow clock? Huh? I know, it's his courtroom. Keep his clock in order. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you enjoyed your lunch. We're ready to proceed with our next witness.
State would call London Robinson. Your Honor, if we could have state's desk.
You ready for it to be on?
Yes, Judge.
You swear to tell, right, you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. I swear to tell the truth, nothing but the truth. So help you God. Yes or no? Yes.
Have a seat, ma'am. Thank you.
May it please the court. Good afternoon. How are you?
Good.
You a little nervous?
Yeah.
I understand. Can you please state your name?
Lyndon Robinson.
All right. How do you spell your first
Hold on
name?
1 second.
Can the mic be closer for a little louder?
Ms. Robinson, you need to either get closer to the mic or speak a little louder, okay? Thank you.
Can you please spell London?
Londyn.
How old are you, London?
12.
What grade are you in?
6th.
What's your favorite subject in school?
Math.
Yeah. You like to do things outside of school?
Yeah.
What's your favorite thing to do outside of school?
Play football.
Cool. So I want to ask you if you know some people. Do you live in a neighborhood called Quill Run?
Yes.
All right. And did you used to live next to some people named Isaac and Israel?
Yes.
All right. And do you know how old Isaac was approximately?
11 or 12.
Okay. And was Israel Isaac's little brother?
Yes.
All right. Do you know how old Israel was, if you remember?
8 or 9.
And did you used to call Israel Izzy?
Yes.
And did you know Isaac and Israel's mom, Ajika?
Yes.
Did she live next to you?
Yes.
In the neighborhood?
Yes.
Did Ajika have any other children there besides Isaac and Israel that lived next to you?
Yes.
Who were those children?
Africa and her son, I forgot his name.
It's okay. And how do you know how old Africa was approximately?
6 or 7.
And do you know the other son? Do you know how old youngest son?
I don't know how old he was.
All right. Was he younger than Africa?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And does Titus, was that his name? Is that ring a bell?
Yes.
Okay. Now, there was a shooting that happened in your neighborhood, and you're aware of that shooting, right?
Yes.
You know why we're here today?
Yes.
Okay, well, I want to ask you about the day that the shooting happened last year in June, okay? So, before the shooting happened, were you playing in a field in the neighborhood?
Yes.
All right. I want to show you a picture, London. State 7, you see that field kind of over here? See if this can turn on? There you go. Were you y'all playing over in this field right over here?
Yes.
All right. At some point after playing in the field, did you ever see any roller skates or a tablet left anywhere?
Yes.
Do you remember where they were left?
Like by the tree, like where that sign, that no trespassing sign is, like around there.
Okay. So kind of like around here?
Yeah.
All right. And that's the tree you're talking about right here?
Yes, sir.
All right. So you saw it left over there?
Yes.
All right. Did you leave the field?
Yes.
All right. Where did you go inside your house after the field?
Yes.
All right. What were you doing inside the house?
Me and my best friend were doing each other's makeup.
And at some point, did you hear a noise or something that startled you?
Yes.
All right. And what did you hear?
It was like a boom, but like we live next to a road, so we thought like maybe a car hit a tree or something like that.
And did you go to your door? Did you hear anything by your door?
Yes, we heard knocking on our door, and then we looked out the window. Then we seen Izzy and Isaac running. Then we opened the door.
Okay. All right. And did you see Ajika on the ground later on?
Yes.
All right. After she had been shot?
Yes.
Did you go and go get your mom, talk to your mom?
Yes.
Now I want to talk to you about a prior incident. Do you ever remember an incident between Ajika and the lady who shot Ajika, Susan? You know who I'm talking about?
Yes.
Did you ever see an incident in the past, before the shooting, between Ajika and Susan regarding a no trespassing sign?
Yes.
All right. Were you playing in the field that day?
Yes.
All right. And what did you see in regards to that incident?
So we were playing, and then the Karen.
No. Okay. Yeah.
Sorry.
So you saw, and I don't. Did you see Ajika and Susan? Did you see them arguing at all?
Yes.
All right. And when you saw them arguing, did you see anything in regards to a no trespassing sign?
Yes.
What did you remember seeing?
I remember seeing them arguing, and then Ajika picked up the sign and then threw it.
Okay. So you saw Ajika and Susan arguing, and you saw Ajika pick up the sign and you throw it. Did you, from what you saw, did it look like Ajika was trying to hit Susan with the sign?
Speculation.
That's sustained.
So you saw Ajika throw the sign. Did you see how she threw it?
Yes.
Okay, how did she kind of throw it?
She kind of like tossed it.
Okay, so she just tossed it?
Yes.
All right. Did you see the sign hit Susan at all?
It didn't look like it hit her, but it might have hit her.
Objection, may we approach?
Yes, ma'am.
I think you had stated earlier, London, I just want to clarify. So the sign barely hit Ajika?
Barely hit Susan.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Ajika, when she tossed the sign barely hit Susan?
Yes.
Okay. I have no further questions.
Cross-examination.
You were talking about a prior instance that you saw where Ajika threw a sign,
Yes.
and Ajika had walked onto Susan's property and picked that sign up,
Yes.
and the sign hit Susan on the shin,
Yes.
and then Susan fell to the ground,
Yes.
and the police came out and talked to them.
Yes.
And you talked about the roller skates and the tablet on the day of the shooting?
Yes.
You said they were close to the tree?
Yes.
And there was a no trespassing sign in front of the tree, right?
Yes.
And they were kind of close?
Yeah.
May I have 1 moment?
Yes, ma'am.
No further questions, thank you.
And you read your right?
Yes, sir. So, London, can you clarify or just demonstrate to the jury, and you can stand up if you need to do it, how Ajika tossed the sign?
Like this.
Okay.
She picked it up and went like that.
Hold on, I don't know. I can't. You did all the way stand up, yeah.
Picked it up and tossed it. This.
Okay.
Thank you. No further questions.
Anything on that ground?
No, Your Honor.
She excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
You're excused, ma'am. Have a nice day, okay? We will see. Next witness, please.
Jonathan Cole. Jonathan Cole.
affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am. Have a seat, sir.
Can you please court? Can you please state your name for the record?
Jonathan Coleman
Where are you employed, sir?
at the Marion County Sheriff's Office
And how long have you been employed there?
since 2016.
What is your position at the Marion County Sheriff's Office?
I'm a deputy sheriff.
I want to go back to February 25th of 2022, sir. Were you working that day?
Yes, sir.
Did you go to the address of 1662 Southwest 107th Lane in Ocala?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember why you went there that day?
In reference to a battery.
Okay. Is that what the call for service was, to your knowledge?
Yes, sir.
So you went out there, and did other deputies meet you out there?
Yes, sir.
And when you were out there, did you investigate what the call was about?
Yes, sir, I did.
Did you ultimately speak to a woman by the name of Susan Lorincz?
I did.
And did she make any type of allegations?
She advised she was battered by her neighbor.
Okay, did she say how that happened?
She was hit with a no trespassing sign.
Okay. And were you ultimately shown the sign?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and could you describe it to the jury?
It was like a cardboard type of sign that you would buy at it's like a plastic looking sign. It's not really cardboard.
Okay.
That you would buy at a store with a metal stake.
Okay. Now you talked to Miss Lorincz, and she made those allegations to you. Did you look to see if there were any marks or anything on Miss Lorincz?
I did.
All right, and what did you observe?
I didn't see any marks that appeared to be injuries on Miss Lorincz.
Okay, did you see any marks?
No, sir, not to my knowledge.
Okay. Did you see anything on her legs at all, do you remember?
Not that I remember. All I can recall is what's on.
Okay. Do you remember seeing anything that you could specifically relate to? Do you see any mark, I guess, that you could specifically relate to this incident on her?
No, sir.
All right. And did you and other deputies speak to Miss Ajika Owens that day?
Yes, sir.
And so the defendant, Miss Lorincz, she accused Ajika Owens of throwing the sign?
Yes, sir.
Now, did you ultimately conclude your investigation on that day?
Yes, sir, I did.
All right. Did you make any arrest?
No, sir.
Okay. And after you concluded your investigation, did you leave the neighborhood?
I did.
No further questions.
Cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Afternoon, sir.
Now, you went there in reference to a battery, right?
Yes, sir.
And you noticed that there was a no trespassing sign on Miss Lorincz property, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And that sign was in the yard area, right? Yes, sir?
I don't recall where the sign was, but I remember her showing it to me on her patio.
Okay, understood. And you spoke to Miss Owens, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, Miss Owens specifically told you that she thought Miss Lorincz did not own her yard because she was only renting, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And she went on to tell you that, did you tell Miss Owens that even if Miss Lorincz was only renting, she still couldn't trespass on her property?
Yes, sir, I did.
Did Miss Owens tell you that until Miss Lorincz showed her deed, she could not tell her that she could not walk her dog on Miss Lorincz property? Is that right?
She did mention, I can't recall if that was the exact statements, but it was something to that effect, yes, sir.
To the best of your recollection, what did she tell you?
That she would have to show her some type of documentation of ownership.
Even though Miss Lorincz lived there, right?
Yes.
And she knew she rented the property, right?
Yes, sir.
But Miss Owens wasn't satisfied with just that.
No, sir.
Did Miss Owens tell you that if her dog had a favorite spot on Miss Lorinc's property to use the restroom, it was going to go over there since Miss Lorincz was only renting? Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Did Miss Owens tell you that she picked up the no trespassing sign and said, I can go and buy a sign too? It doesn't mean anything. Is that
Yes,
right?
sir.
Did you see a red mark on Miss Lorinc's leg?
There was, I can't tell you if it was a red mark, if it was an injury. I couldn't confirm that. From what I recall.
Yes, sir.
All I know is what I stated, from what I recall, is that it was, I couldn't tell what was on her leg due to her skin pigment.
Okay, gotcha. But it looked like there was a red mark there?
I'm not sure what was there. I can't recall exactly what was on her leg.
Okay. Do you remember us speaking about that at a deposition a couple months ago?
Yes, sir. I mean, I have the transcript. Can I refer to it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Would reading it refresh your recollection?
Yes, sir.
If you could go to page 11 of that deposition, lines 25 through page 12 of that deposition, lines 1 through 2, and just read it to yourself, and then we'll talk about it, okay?
What were the lines again, sir?
It's page 11.
Yep.
Starting on line 25, and then go through page 12 and lines 1 through 2. And just read it to yourself, and then we'll talk about it, okay?
Okay.
Has your memory been refreshed?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you remember looking at her leg and seeing what you saw?
All I can tell you is what I said in this depo. I said that we talked about a mark on her leg.
Okay.
But we couldn't confirm that it was an injury.
Okay, understood. Did you explain to Miss Owens that even though Miss Lorincz was only renting, she, being Miss Owens, still can't trespass over there?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir?
Yeah.
Did Miss Lorincz show you some pictures on her cell phone that she took of Miss Owens when Miss Owens came over to her property that day?
She did.
Okay. I don't have any other questions. Thank you, Your Honor.
Can you redirect?
No, Your Honor.
So you excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
You're excused. Thank you, sir.
Shelby Kinsey is the state's next witness.
Shelly?
Shelby.
Shelby? How do I spell last name?
Kinsey, Kinsey.
Raise your right hand for me. You swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes.
Have a seat, ma'am.
How are you, sir?
Great.
May it please go. Can you please state your name for the record?
Corporal Shelby Kinsey,
Where are you employed, ma'am?
the Marion County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you employed there?
I've been employed for 8 years.
And what is your position at the sheriff's office?
Currently, I'm a patrol deputy.
I want to talk about December 22nd, 2022, ma'am.
I want to ask some questions based upon my ruling.
That's fine too, Judge.
Is that okay?
Yeah, that's fair. I'm fine with playing it by ear because I really am a little bit lost right now
Okay.
until I hear what she says.
So what we'll do is, you go ahead and call Ms. Dishman, ask whatever question you want to. When you get near the end, just say you've got a few more questions. I'll know that means to stop, that we're going to do the 404B hearing, and then you can say, I want to do it or don't. You decline, and then we'll go from there.
That sounds
fair. Is that satisfactory?
Yes, sir.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
Okay. All right, go get our jury for me, please.
All rise, please.
Take you have a seat. Looks like all our jurors have returned. I need to tell you, I got chastised by several people for naming the restaurant y'all were going to, so I will not do that again. And then I also heard that I made a mistake that they didn't have milkshakes today, so that's my bad too. So hopefully that will be remedied one day in the future. But from now on, I will not be saying where y'all are going to eat under any circumstance. So, y'all ready to call your next witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
State calls Rebecca Dishman.
And where, is she here or here?
She's coming this way.
Okay, great. And while she's coming in, ladies and gentlemen, anytime anybody has any problem hearing, or remember I told you about a break or anything, just raise your hand. If you have a hearing problem, just point to your ear and I'll know, because I have kind of a hearing issue too. So I want to make sure everybody hears everything. Ma'am, if you'll step up here next to me, please. All the way around here, please. If you'll raise your right hand, you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. If you have a seat. When you sit down there, if you'll just say your first and last name and spell them both. And it's really important that you speak loudly into that microphone there so everybody can hear you. Can you do that for me?
Rebecca Dishman.
Okay. Probably needs to be a little bit louder than that. Okay? So go tell me your first name and last name and spell them both.
Rebecca Dishman. REBECCADISHMAN.
Very good. And like I said, if you can keep speaking up, that will help. Okay? Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Rebecca, are you a little nervous today?
Yes.
Are you excited to testify?
Yes, I've waited for this moment for 4 years.
But still feeling a little nervous, a little adrenaline?
Yes.
Talked to you before. If you need me to repeat a question, if you need anyone to repeat a question, don't hesitate to ask, okay? Can you tell us when you were born?
April 30th, 1998.
So how old are you today?
I'm 26.
Can you tell me about where you grew up?
I grew up in Maryville, Tennessee.
Who did you live with growing up?
I grew up with my parents.
And are they still with us?
No, they passed away when I was 18.
Do you remember what year that was?
2016.
So is that also about the year you finished high school?
I was a senior. I was in the process of graduating.
So who did you live with when your parents passed?
I lived with my fiance at the time.
How long did you stay there?
A couple years.
Did you ever get married to him?
No.
So what happened that you no longer lived there after 2 years?
My aunt and uncle, Bobby Brown and Carol Brown, took me in.
And when was that?
I don't recall.
Okay. But do you recall how long you lived there with, you said Bobby Brown and Carol Brown?
Maybe a year, not for sure.
So you stayed with them for about a year. Did you leave voluntarily?
They kind of just washed their hands of me. They got tired of me.
Do you know why that was?
Because I was with another fiance and had decided to move in with him, and they weren't happy.
How many fiancés have you had?
I've been engaged 5 times, but I've lived with the 3 of them.
Okay. So when you left Bobby and Carol Brown, you said you went and moved with another fiance, and they washed their hands of you.
Yes.
How long did you stay there?
I believe it was a year or so.
And how did that turn out? Did you marry that person?
No.
Did you stay living with them?
No, they moved.
Okay. So where did you go from there?
I ended up staying with my best friend, Tabitha Sparks, and she ended up kicking me out as well.
So where to from there?
I moved back in with Crystal Mays, which is the mother of Austin, my first fiance.
And did you stay living there for a while?
Yes, until they kicked me back out.
Okay. So what was the next place?
Rick and Jenny Fry. I've known them since I was...
Could you say that again and speak up? I think the court reporter was having trouble hearing you.
Rick and Jenny Fry.
One more time.
Sorry. Rick and Jenny Fry.
Okay, thank you. And did you stay there for a significant amount of time?
Yes.
When did you leave that location?
I believe it was August, September of 2019.
And what happened that made you leave there?
I had met Sean on Facebook and decided to move in with him 2 weeks after meeting him. He convinced me.
What was that last part?
He convinced me to move in with him.
Okay. So you say you met him on Facebook
Mhm.
And moved in with him about 2 weeks later. Am I hearing that correctly? Again, sorry,
Yes.
it is. Make sure you speak into the mic. Could you tell us about that interaction, about meeting him on Facebook and what happened in that 2 week period?
Our relationship was kind of fast, and within the 2 weeks I decided to move in because the people that I was staying with, I felt like I was scared that they would end up kicking me out, and I was hoping that things would work out better.
So how did you feel about trying to move in with Sean?
At the beginning, I felt, comfort and safe.
Okay. Now you said that he had convinced you to move in. Could you tell us about that, please?
Like, the first text that I recall is he was telling me that he wanted me to move in with him, that he wanted me to live with him and be his girl.
And did you like that idea?
Yes.
So after about 2 weeks, how did you get to his place to move in?
I had basically told Rick and Jenny that I was leaving. I packed my stuff, and he came to get me, and I moved in with him.
So what were things like when you moved in?
The first couple weeks were okay, and I went to go take a shower, and that was our first argument. He pushed me, and I ended up cutting my leg pretty bad, and that led to my first punishment.
Okay. Now, when you met him on Facebook, and of course when he came, was it he who came and picked you up?
Yes.
Okay. Did you know how old he was?
No.
Did you ever have a conversation about how old he was?
He had told me that he was in his 40s at the time.
Okay. Did you know anything about his background or what he did for a living?
Not really. I just knew that he worked at the bar.
Okay. Did you know what bar it was he worked at?
The Pint House in Knoxville.
Okay. And when did he usually work?
Like mornings, I think. Like anywhere from 5 to 5 the next day.
So when you say mornings, like he would come home in the morning?
Mhm.
So 5 to 5 the next day would be like 5 p.m.
To 5 a.m.
5 a.m., okay. Now, who else lived at that house with you?
His mother at the time.
Did you notice anything about her physical condition or shape?
He had told me that she was on hospice and her health was bad.
Okay. Is that something that, having seen her, sounded accurate to you?
She had her good and bad days.
Okay. So when he was at work, who was there at the house when he had those overnights?
Myself and Francis.
Okay. Could you sort of describe what the house, or this apartment, it was a quadplex, right? It kind of looks like a house, but there are multiple units, is that right? Like multiple, you have neighbors who have one unit, you have a unit?
Yes.
Like an apartment. Can you describe just, what the house looks like, the apartment you're in looked like?
There was 2 levels and a laundry room, and the apartments were separated by a driveway.
Okay. So what was in the downstairs level?
The kitchen, living room area, and upstairs was the bedroom area and bathroom area.
Okay, so did his mom have a bedroom there that was hers?
Yes.
And where did you stay?
I stayed with Sean in his bedroom.
In his bedroom, okay. So there's 2 bedrooms?
Yes.
Bathroom also upstairs?
Just upstairs.
Okay. What was your relationship like with his mother?
I mean, we had our ups and downs. She had her good days and bad days. I didn't really have a good or bad relationship, somewhat neutral with her.
So during the day, you weren't hanging out with
No.
Miss Francis, is that her name?
Yes.
Did you ever talk to any neighbors?
Yes, Mahogany Pick.
Okay. And where did Mahogany live in relation to where you stayed there with Mr. Finnegan?
She lived across from us in the other apartment complex.
So if you go out your front door, they live in front of you, or if you go out your back door, they live behind you?
The front door.
Okay. So what were you doing at the time? You said he was working at the Pine House. What did you do?
I stayed at home and I was a stay-at-home girlfriend.
Okay. Had you worked anywhere before you moved in with him?
Yes, but I lost my jobs.
Could you repeat that, please?
I lost my jobs.
Was that you lost your job?
Yes.
Okay. Where had you been working?
I worked for 2 years as a CNA at Kindred in Maryville. Five Guys, I was a cashier, and then at Huddle House, I was a waitress.
And you were let go from each of those jobs?
Yes, all of them.
Okay. So if I could draw your attention back to something you said a little while ago. You talked about the first time that you got in a fight with him, or
Yes.
I think you said he shoved you.
Yes.
Could you give us some more detail about when that was, what happened?
I had asked to borrow his phone to be on Facebook, and one of my exes texted, and it led to him getting angry and shoving me in the shower.
I'm gonna project. Can we approach?
All right. If you could continue telling us about that that particular event?
About,
We were talking about that event where it's kind of hard to hear you. I think you said you had messaged someone on Facebook, or they had messaged you.
yes, my ex had messaged me and was texting explicit messages, and it led to him getting angry with me and shoving me in the shower, which I cut my leg and fell.
Is that the only time something like that happened?
No.
Tell us about the next time you recall.
Later, when I got out of the shower, he told me that, you know, he wasn't happy with me, and there was consequences to that. Like, I had to have sex with him, and he tied my hands to the bed and scratched me down my back and made me bleed.
Now, how would you consider the dynamic of your relationship? Who was in charge?
Sean.
And you had said you did something that made him unhappy.
Yes.
And that there were consequences. He told you
Yes.
there were consequences. Was that a normal part of your relationship with Sean Finnegan?
I didn't know that it would come to that extent. Like, I knew it would be kinky sex, but I didn't think it would be violent as it was.
Okay, so to rephrase that, you knew there was going to be kinky sex.
Yes.
And you were consenting to that.
Yes.
You were okay with that.
Yes.
You were engaged with him and an active participant in that. Is that correct? And so you said you didn't expect it to get as violent as it did.
Right.
What do you mean by that?
He was a lot more aggressive than I thought he was gonna be. I wasn't expecting it to be as harsh as it was. The punishments and just the dynamic and power role, I guess you could say.
Okay, when you say you didn't expect it to be, as harsh or as aggressive, what kind of things would he do then as punishment?
Anywhere from putting me in a dog cage and urinating on me and climaxing, defecating on me, chaining me up with a dog chain, using box cutters on me, sodomizing me, using torch lighters on me, just very violent punishments.
And I understand this is probably hard to talk about, but when you say using these things on you, what do you mean he was using them for? What was he doing?
For his sexual gratification.
Okay. So you say he used chains on you?
Yes.
How specifically were they used on you?
It was wrapped around my neck with a padlock, and he made me walk on all fours and act like a dog.
Okay. And the same thing, he would put you in the dog cage?
Yes.
Okay. You said he used box cutter?
Yes.
Is that what you said? How did he
used
use
it
that?
On my inner thighs and cut.
All right. So he would use a box cutter and cut on your inner thighs. And you also said something about a torch?
Yes.
What kind of torch?
Can't do that in here. Can't do that in here. Sorry, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. What kind of torch?
A torch lighter.
Like a torch lighter?
Mm-hmm.
Could you describe what that looks like? How is that different than like a cigarette lighter?
It's usually used for like lighting grills and other things like that.
And what would he do with that?
He made me perform oral sex on him and he had his leg over my throat and was burning my shoulder at the time.
Okay. What was your name for him? If you referred to him as Sean, and did you refer to him as anything else?
At the time, I was his little girl, and I called him Daddy.
Okay. Did you love him?
Yes.
Do you still love him?
Yes.
Were these punishments he did and the things you described as harsh or aggressive, did those continue for your whole relationship?
Yes, and they continue to get worse.
If I could draw your attention back to like the winter, like around December of 2019, do you recall anyone else coming in to the home?
Yes, Jennifer.
Could you tell us about what happened when Jennifer came in?
She came in and I was putting the bed up and I was confused because I didn't know the woman, and Sean later came in and introduced us together. She made breakfast and asked to take a shower, and once she went to go take a shower, Sean asked me, "Do you want to kidnap her?"
And how did you react to that?
I knew that I had no say-so really in the matter, that he controlled the house, and anything I said, even if it was a no, that it wouldn't have mattered anyways.
Do you know how Miss Paxton got to the house?
No. I'm assuming that he just, you know...
Don't assume. Did she arrive the same time Sean arrived?
Yes.
Okay. And this was a time he had gone to work and he came home?
Yes.
Okay. So she's there, makes breakfast, takes a shower, and he's talking to you while she's in the shower. Is that right? Or was it before or after she got out of the shower that he made that statement about kidnapping her?
When she was in the shower.
Okay. So what happened when she got out of the shower?
She ate breakfast and we were talking, and after she ate breakfast, he walked her over towards the back door and was showing her a baseball bat. And then he started hitting her over the head. And I went into shock, and he yelled at me to go upstairs because his mother was coming down for her medication.
So when this started, where were you? When he's talking to her about the baseball bat?
I was in front of the fireplace in the middle of the living room.
Okay. And so you said they're closest to the back door?
Yes.
Right. And Miss Finnegan is getting her medicine?
Yes.
Where was she?
She was upstairs, but she was in the process of coming down.
Okay. So at that point, he instructs you to intercept?
Yes.
So what do you do then?
I went upstairs and I told her to stay in the room because I didn't want her to see what was going on.
And did she do that? Do what you asked her to do at that point?
She fussed at me and went back to bed.
And what did you do?
By the time I got downstairs, they were fighting. Jennifer had the fire grate over her to protect her, and there was blood on the floor.
When you say the fire grate, you said you were saying about fireplace earlier. There's the thing in front of the fire place, or like the thing that logs would be in?
thing that is in front of the fire.
Like the screen?
Yes.
Okay. So you say she's got that defending herself with it. Is she hitting him with it, or is she holding it over her?
She was just defending herself with it, holding it to her body and head.
Was that effective defense?
No.
So what happened is when you arrived and you see that going on, what's going on next?
I was in shock and I approached slowly, and he told me to go into the kitchen and get the cleaning supplies.
And what did you do when you got the cleaning supplies?
He told me to clean up the blood, and he was disgrading her. He ripped her pants down and was screaming at her and said...
I need you to speak up some more, a little louder, okay? A little closer to the microphone.
He said, "Why don't you shave?" And she started crying, and he just spat on her and was really aggressive towards her.
So she's there on the ground, it sounds like at this point?
Yes.
And he's ripping that off. And you have cleaning supplies.
Yes.
What's going on at that point?
I was in shock, and he told me to clean up the blood around her, and I did so. And at one point, he told me to get on one side, and he got on the other, and both of us went up the stairs with her and walked her to his bedroom.
So are you each propping her up at this point? Or are you just like walking her and escorting her?
Escorting her.
Okay. So she's conscious
Yes.
at this point still. So you walk up the stairs. What happens when you get up there?
He locks the door and lays her on the floor on my side of the bed, and he makes her perform oral sex on her. And I'm forced to watch.
Okay, could you repeat that? I think the court reporter was having a hard time hearing you.
He forced her to perform oral sex on him, and I was forced to watch.
And so forgive me for being very overt with this, but you say he forced her to perform oral sex. Could you tell us where his penis is?
He put his penis in her mouth
Okay.
and ripped her clothes.
And she's in the floor next to the bed?
Yes.
Where are you?
I was crouched beside him.
And how long did that continue?
Until he got angry and pulled my shirt down and made me finish.
And what do you mean by he made you finish?
He wasn't satisfied with her, and he made me perform oral on him.
So is that in the same way that you just described that he had Miss Paxton
Yes.
perform oral on him? And so he pulled your shirt down and had you do that?
Yes.
And you said he finished?
Yes.
And what happened at the conclusion?
He went downstairs to clean up the blood and told me to watch her to make sure she didn't leave the room.
Did he make any other statements
No.
about that point before going down? Okay. So he went down to clean up the blood better.
Yes.
And then comes upstairs. You're in the room with her. What's going on while he's downstairs?
I'm thinking that he was cleaning up the blood.
Are you on the bed? Are you next to the bed?
I was standing next to the bed.
So about how long was he down there, if you recall?
No more than 5 minutes.
And what happens when he comes back up?
he grabs her and chains her to the side of his bed and tells me he has to leave for work and kisses me goodbye and leaves me there with her and tells me not to leave the house, to keep her there if anything happens, to take care of it. Like, keep her from yelling to hurt her.
Had she yelled out?
No.
Did she have any sort of vocal reaction in that first impact with the bat, or when she has the fire screen?
Yes, she was screaming.
Okay. So he leaves for work. She's
Yes.
chained to the bed. Where are the keys to the chain?
He took them to work with him.
And so he's at work all day, and you're there.
Yes.
And she's still where?
Chained to the side of the bed.
Did you have any conversations with her in this period of time?
Yes, as I was feeding her and giving her drinks and letting her smoke, we talked a little bit.
Did you try to let her go?
At one point.
Tell us about that.
I took a knife, like a kitchen knife, and tried to pop the locks, and I cut the zip ties off, and it led to Sean getting angry with me.
Okay, so he's at work, and you do this.
Yes.
When he comes home from work, where is everybody? Describe that scene for us.
Frances stayed in her room while all of this was going on.
Okay. So he comes back. Are you in the living room, or are you in the bedroom with her when he gets home from work?
I believe I was in the bedroom at the time.
Okay. So he walks in and he sees this scene.
Yes.
Tell us about that reaction.
He was angry. He was like, why the fuck did you cut her zip ties? She could have grabbed anything and stabbed you or hurt you. She could have got free.
Was that all that happened? Is that he yelled at you about it?
Yes.
And what did he do about her being chained there?
He told me not to do it again, and he put the zip ties back on her.
Was there any punishment for you at that point for undoing any of the fastenings or chains?
I believe he made me perform oral sex.
Okay. Were there anything else that he did sexually at any point to Miss Paxton?
He forced my adult toys inside of her and forced his fingers on her and forced me to watch. And also, at one point, she was on the floor and he was behind me and he forced me to climax over her.
So, in the course of this, you are actively participating in sexual activity with Miss Paxton too. Is that correct?
I couldn't climax until he forced me to climax.
But that does mean that you
Yes.
are participating. And when you say he forced you to climax, what do you mean by that?
He physically, like, aggressively rubbed me until I climaxed.
Okay, so he is touching you while you're over her.
Yes.
If we have the picture of that. And what did he do at your climax?
She was revolted by it, and she said I was gonna throw up, and he slapped her across the face, and I just shut down and left.
When you say you left, where did you go?
I went downstairs.
Okay. And when you say that he used adult toys and forced them inside her, again, we do have to be specific here. We can't assume what you mean by that. Where did he force those toys?
He used vibrator on her vaginally.
Okay. Anywhere else?
Not that I remember.
So you go downstairs. Does he follow you? What happens after that?
I just cooled off for a minute and then I came back upstairs.
Okay. And when you come back upstairs, where are Sean Finnegan and Jennifer Paxton?
We went to sleep.
Okay. And when we're talking about you going to sleep, where is she?
In the floor, beside Sean.
Chained to the bed?
Yes.
And where are you?
On the left side of Sean.
Okay. And he is in the bed?
Yes.
Yeah. That's basically what I'm asking. Are the two of you are in the bed and she is in the floor, if I'm
Yes.
understanding what you said correctly? Did you ever have a key to those padlocks?
No.
So during the day, since you don't have a key, what do you do about Ms. Paxton if she has to relieve herself or go to the bathroom?
There was a cigarette pill outside that I used for her to use the bathroom in. And she had to wear adult briefs.
Okay. So when you talk about a cigarette pill, could you sort of tell us how big or small that was?
Big enough to hold maybe a gallon.
Well, if you could, was this like a big bucket, or was this flower pot size? If you could compare it to something.
Yeah, like a flower pot.
Okay. Did Miss Paxton ask to leave?
Yes.
What could you do about that?
I told her that I wish I could let her leave, but I didn't have any way of letting her go, and it really upset me.
Did she ever tell Mr. Finnegan she needed to leave or wanted to leave?
Yes.
What was his reaction?
He told her that as he was killing her, that she wasn't going anywhere, that she was going to die.
So when you say he said told her, you're going to die?
Yes.
What did she do?
She started crying.
And what did he do?
He just kicked her and spat on her and was really aggressive.
Did he any time follow through on telling her she had to die?
He did this as he was strangling her.
Okay. So if you could tell us about that specifically. She's been in the house, he has gone to work, he's come back from work. What happened in, let's say, the last portion of her life? Could you walk us through what was going on?
Yes. One day he came home from work and he had bags that had shower curtains, washcloths, bleach, gloves, and things of that nature. And I thought it was for, the house, but he was carrying it upstairs, and once he carried it upstairs, I knew that he was gonna kill her. He had me go with him and shower her in the shower. And as he was strangling her, I was cleaning up the blood that was left over in the shower. And at one point, he screamed at me to get in the bedroom, that I was taking too long. And I came in and he told me to lock the door. And as I walked in, he was straddled over her, strangling her with a shoestring, and told me to help him. And I just shut down and sat on the bed and just gave up, essentially.
How long did this go on?
For hours.
Could you describe for us specifically what was going on in the course, if you say this was hours?
He would start and stop, like take breaks in between, and he wouldn't allow me to leave the room to empty the ashtray or anything, and I just sat on the bed.
So was he smoking?
Yes.
In between while this is going on? Were you?
Yes.
Was she allowed to smoke in the course of this?
No.
Okay. So you try to take ashtray out. No, you've got to stay in here.
Yes.
He's choking over shoestrings, stops, cigarette break.
Yes.
However long this goes on, what finally concluded this episode?
He went to empty the ashtray, and she was taking her last breath, and I got on my hands and knees and told her goodbye because I knew she was dying. And he came back inside and slapped me across the face and left for work because they were blowing his phone up because he was really late for work.
So when she finally passed, and you said you knew she was going to, was Mr. Finnegan choking her at that point, or?
He was in the bathroom emptying the ashtray.
After he had choked her?
Yes.
And so they're blowing up his phone for work.
Yes.
What happens with her body laying there on the ground?
She takes her last breath and she just dies.
Okay. So she died, and he says, I'm going to go to work?
Yes.
Is that what you're saying? So what happens? He goes to work, and you're there?
Yes. From the time he left to the time he came home, I was on his side of the bed, checking her pulse, and just in a state of shock and fear.
Did she have a pulse?
No.
Did you call 911?
No.
Did you have a phone?
No.
At that point? So he comes home from work after he's worked his whole shift,
Yes.
presumably. So what happens when he arrives home that night, or early the next morning?
Me and him clean up any blood and anything that's left over, and we brought her downstairs, and he put her in a freezer downstairs and blocked it from people getting in. Like, the door was faced towards the stairwell.
So was this the freezer that you had there in the kitchen?
No, this was a different freezer.
So this was a different freezer?
Yes.
When did that freezer show up at the house?
I don't know exact dates, but it was there before Jennifer died.
Long time before or short time before?
Shortly.
Okay. So it's there in the living room, you put her in,
Yes.
and he positions it so that the door is facing the wall.
Yes.
How long was it in that position?
I'm not for sure.
But did that change at some point?
Yes.
Could you tell us about that, please?
At one point, he was scared of someone going in the freezer, and we took her body out and carried the freezer upstairs, and then carried her body upstairs and put her in the closet.
So how did this freezer get power in the closet? Is there an outlet in there?
He ran an extension cord to an outlet.
Okay. So at this point, she's in the freezer. What is the state of her body? Is she wearing her clothes?
No.
What happened to her clothes?
I believe that they were in a bag, like, for tossing away.
For tossing away, is that what you
Yeah.
said? Okay. And so, before she's put in the freezer, could you walk us through again the process before putting her in the freezer the first time?
When we put her in the freezer, Sean was in front of her and I was behind her. And he forced her body to go inside of the freezer, and she made a noise, like snapping noise, and blood went on me, and it freaked me out.
So was she completely naked
Yes.
at that point? Did she have anything around her or anything else done to the body?
She had a shower curtain and garbage bags.
Okay. So she's in that same sort of wrapped up state when you
Yes.
move the freezer up to the bedroom closet.
Yes.
Did you notice anything else about him doing anything to the closet door?
He changed the locks.
Did the closet previously have a doorknob that locked?
No.
And so he changed it to a different
Yes.
doorknob? Okay. So Miss Paxton is in the freezer that is in the bedroom. Did you ever notice anything else that drew your attention to this situation? Did you ever walk in and see Sean? Did you ever see Sean in the bedroom?
Yes.
Did you ever see Sean in the bedroom doing something that made you think that's unusual?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
There was one or two times that I caught him masturbating to Jennifer.
Could you describe that scene for us?
The first time I was taking a shower and I came in to put my dirty clothes in the hamper and he was masturbating and he held out his hand and I was confused as to what it was until I looked over and he had cut off her nose and intimate areas.
And what did you do when you walked in and saw that?
It freaked me out. I ran downstairs and was almost outside of the door, but he yelled at me to get back inside.
So when you walk in and see it, could you go into more detail? Where is he in relation to the freezer?
He was standing in front of it.
He's standing in front of it.
Yes.
And so is the freezer open or closed?
Open.
Could you describe, could you see inside from where you were?
Yes.
Could you describe what you observed from that point?
He had the garbage bag ripped open from her head to her cleavage.
Okay. So you ran downstairs at that point, you said?
Yes.
And he yelled at you?
Yes.
What happened after that?
After I went upstairs, he closed the door and made me perform oral sex on him because it aroused him.
Could you repeat that last part?
Because it aroused him.
Because it aroused him, is that what you said? Sorry. Do need you to speak up, sorry. In the course of your relationship with him, and while this has happened and you're living in this situation, did anything change?
It just kept getting worse.
When you say it kept getting worse, what do you mean?
The power control, punishments, consequences, all of that.
Did you try to tell anyone about this?
Yes.
Who did you tell?
I told Mahogany, Pia, and I told my cousin Paula and one of my exes at the time, but I didn't have any luck.
When you told one of your exes at the time, how did you go about doing that? You've already said you didn't have a phone, so what did you do?
I went to a neighbor's house and borrowed her phone to text him.
Okay.
And I said, I need help.
And did you ever hear back from that?
No.
Okay. So, how many times did you tell Mahogany about these kinds of things?
At least 2 or 3 times.
Okay. Could you tell us about what led up to your eventually telling people what had happened?
She was noticing the bruises on my eyes and she knew that something wasn't right. Because she kept asking me, Rebecca, what's wrong? What is he really doing to you?
Okay. So at that point, did you decide to do something?
Not at first, but later on.
So walk us through that.
One day she came over and showed me that he had been to prison for...
Stop. Walk us through your decision with Mahogany that you eventually decided to seek shelter.
Sure. Step out for about 10 minutes. I'll call you back.
All rise. Jerry, follow me.
seated.
Objection, please, sir.
The witness just testified that after he told her that he had been to prison, something to that effect. And obviously that's
After he told her,
he said that Sean told her that he had been to prison. And so I think is what
Sean
she
told
testified.
her, so I thought this was in relation to a conversation she was having with.
Oh, I'm sorry, somebody else told her that Sean had been to prison. That's right, that's right.
Another
So,
person.
another person, I apologize, Judge. But
So
the po-
objection hearsay.
It's an objection hearsay, but also.
But you didn't make an objection.
Right, but I am making an objection now because I'm moving for a mistrial based on the fact that she brought up, whether it's a fact or not, it doesn't matter. She said that he's been to prison, and this entire case is about a power dynamic, and their whole case is about a power dynamic and who's in charge and who's in not. I can't unring that bell, and a curative instruction's not going to unring that bell. And so my position is that it's manifest necessity to stop this trial right now and start over again if we're going to do it. But right now, I can't come back from the fact that she said he's been to prison. I can't. And there's no way that you can mention it and say, well, that she didn't mean that. There's no way that you can say, I don't know how you cure it, Judge. And so I can't recover. So I think that it's manifest necessity because I cannot get an impartial verdict at this point in time.
I understand. State.
Your Honor, please. The state would oppose the defendant's motion. The witness's answer was not responsive to the question, and certainly we could avoid this with a little more latitude on leading when I try to get to different subjects. Nevertheless, it was intended to elicit conversations about getting the shelter and talking to someone at the shelter when she gave them that information and they had a room for her, is where we're going. So it was a non-responsive answer. It was very quick, and it was the kind that is hearsay. Somebody told me this, and we immediately pivoted to try to get back on track. So there's no other information on that other than what is, even in lay terms, hearsay. It's certainly not anything that is completely detrimental to the defense. The state has no intention of arguing that his prison history is what created this dynamic. We're talking about their BDSM and their sexual history that is creating this dynamic, and not at all his criminal record getting into that. There are a number of things, obviously, that Mr. Finnegan has in his past, and we have not proffered those or tried to do anything untoward to elicit that information. This simply isn't manifest necessity. It is an offhand statement in what is going to be hours and hours of testimony in this case in total. We do believe that the motion for the new trial should be, or mistrial should be denied. If Your Honor believes a curative instruction is appropriate, the state certainly doesn't object to that, and we would frankly move to strike her answer that was non-responsive to the state's question. On the other hand, if it is, there is the argument that it is better for the jury to just gloss over that and nobody ever mention it again, so as not to draw any attention to that. And then the state is okay with whichever way that the court wants to address this. But again, don't believe in the context of everything that this in any way requires a mistrial.
So in y'all's proof in regard to enhancers, let's say there's a conviction or aggravators, from what I looked at, you're not introducing prior record. Is that correct, or you are introducing prior record?
Well, that of course the defense would, or the defendant would already be found guilty.
I know, I'm just asking.
And so there was a notice filed of notice of enhancement for prior convictions.
And aren't those just are they drug convictions?
There's a drug and there's a firearm charge. There's not domestic violence, for example.
Okay.
Judge, can I just follow up one more thing?
Absolutely, yes, sir.
She's a state witness and has been for a year. They took a plea in September last year. I have to assume that that was put together before we got here because that was staged when we got here in September. We didn't know they were taking a plea until we got here. So I assume that they had already spoken to her and they knew what they were doing before they got here. So it's a state witness that tells the story, that is the main accuser against the defendant, who, and their entire prosecution is based on a power struggle on what happened at those events. Credibility is everything. She just said he went to prison. I just don't know how, I can come back from that, Judge.
Well, frankly, Your Honor, if they're arguing credibility, they're arguing that's not true, whatever she said on that.
I got it. I'm good. So in ruling on a motion for mistrial based upon misconduct, and this would be misconduct by a witness, the trial judge must review the circumstances and must decide whether the misconduct has been prejudicial, thereby preventing a fair trial under the circumstances. And our courts have said, and it's the case of State v. Nash, 294 Southwest 3rd, 541, Tennessee, 2009. It says in determining whether to grant a mistrial, a trial court should consider following. 1, whether the state elicited the testimony or whether it was unsolicited and unresponsive. It clearly was unsolicited and unresponsive. Whether the trial court offered and or gave a curative instruction. I think I can give such a curative instruction. And the relative strength or weakness of the state's case. All I've heard is just the state's case so far. So based on what I've heard so far, it seems to be strong, but I can't balance those. So based upon that, I'm going to deny your motion for a mistrial, and I'll give a curative instruction when the jury returns. So, do y'all need another break, or y'all can I bring them in? Okay. Can I bring them in? Huh?
We can continue, thank you.
Yes. Give me 2 minutes. And Ms. Dishman, I don't know how to say this any other way. You've got to talk louder. This lady can't hear you. I don't know who can hear you. Sit closer to the microphone. This doesn't work unless people hear you. Okay? So speak up, please. Okay? All right. Y'all run the restroom. I'll give you 3 minutes. Okay? Thank you. We'll bring our jury in. Everybody rise, please. Thank you. Have a seat, please. in trial proceedings, a lot of times we don't let in testimony. It's called hearsay. And hearsay is an out-of-court statement introduced for the truth of the matter asserted. That's lawyer talk. So basically what it means is you can't come up here and say so-and-so told me something and without that person being here to say it, because either side couldn't ask questions. Makes sense, right? And there's about 25 exceptions. So sometimes those exceptions come into play, so it's not a golden rule. But I tell you that because I'm going to give you an instruction that mentions the word hearsay, and I want you to understand what that means. Everybody got that? Very good. So, when Ms. Dishman was testifying, she made reference to a third-party hearsay statement about the defendant having been to prison. This reference is inadmissible hearsay and cannot be considered by you for any purpose. This reference is stricken, and you shall put this statement out of your minds moving forward. Can everybody do that for me? You understand why? Okay, we're good? All right, I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Okay, you continue.
Now, you had talked with Mahogany about getting a shelter placement, is that correct? Could you tell us about your interactions with getting a shelter?
Mahogany and I had talked a little bit about it, but I was too afraid at the time to do anything.
Was there a particular event that made you feel that way, or was it just, as you described earlier, it kept getting worse?
It was the fear and with it being worse.
Had you told Mahogany at that point about Jennifer?
No.
Why not?
That if I told her, she would have went to the cops and I would have been in a lot of trouble.
At some point, though, you told her, didn't you?
Yes.
Could you tell us about that?
One day she came over while I was doing laundry and asked me if I wanted to leave. And at first I was hesitant, and she helped me call an abuse shelter, and I called them and told them what was going on with the house. I didn't mention the other case, like with Jennifer, but they told me I need to pack my stuff, and the lady never came. So I broke down and told Mahogany, and she called the cops, and I was led into questioning.
Now let's back up a little bit. So you're having a conversation with somebody at the shelter?
Yes.
Where are you when that conversation's taking place?
Campbell County.
When you're on the phone with them to get the shelter?
Yes.
How did you know to go to Campbell County?
Mahogany had the directions and everything.
So what did you do? You're at the house. Mahogany's got you a shelter. Walk us through.
She helped me call the abuse shelter and helped me through it because I don't understand how to do things like that. I struggle with that.
So did you just walk over to her house and leave?
She helped me pack, and I got in her car and we left.
So you drive up, you said Campbell County?
Yes.
And you pull over where you're going to meet a person from the shelter?
Yes.
Is that correct? What happens when you arrive there?
We waited for an hour or so and the lady never showed. So I broke down and told Mahogany the truth about Jennifer. And she told me that I would need to talk to the cops and be questioning things.
So did you stay there in Campbell County at that point?
We were told to go to Oak Ridge.
And so how do you get to Oak Ridge?
Mahogany follows, and I was in the police car
When did you get in the police car?
as we were in Campbell County
Okay.
talking.
So there in Campbell County, you get in a police car.
Yes.
Are you sure it wasn't in Anderson County when you got back with
It might
Mahogany?
have been like we got mixed up, and it was really confusing that day.
Had you ever been to Campbell County before?
No.
Okay. So you do get back from Campbell County,
Yes.
and you get in a cop car.
Yes.
So that. And where does the cop car take you?
To Oak Ridge Police Department.
And what happens when you arrive there?
I was brought in to questioning, and I told them everything I knew.
At that point, did you tell them that you participated in all
Yes.
these actions? Did you use the phrase, "we killed her"?
Yes.
Okay. Now, there's something you've referenced earlier, that you would ask a neighbor to use a phone. Is that accurate? When you used a phone, whose did you use?
Kelsey, our neighbor at the time.
Okay. Any other neighbors' phones that you would use for texting, chatting, anything?
Mahogany's.
Okay. May I approach? The first thing I'm going to show you, and this should be something that you have seen before.
Yes.
This is something that you have reviewed. Do you recognize that document?
Yes.
Are those cell phone messages?
Yes.
Are these cell phone messages from Mahogany's phone?
Yes.
And you looked through these, and if you could look for us right now and tell me if you recognize text messages that you sent versus text messages that Mahogany sent. Do those look like your conversations with Sean Finnegan?
Yes.
Okay. And that is the document you've previously looked at?
Yes.
Your Honor, please, I would like to just have this marked for identification at this point.
We'll do identification 1.
I'll add that to you. Also, a report that you have seen
Yes.
from Mahogany's cell phone. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Is that indicative of, or that was from, Sean Finnegan's cell phone, is that correct?
Yes.
And in the course of your relationship with Mr. Finnegan, did he ever take photographs of you?
Yes.
And in those photographs, were there ever sexually explicit things?
Yes. Many times.
Okay, I am, again with this, going to mark this for identification, that these are pictures that you have seen from his phone that he took of you.
Yes.
That'll be identification 2.
And these are, for identification, multiple, the photos that are in this report. Do you recognize this one?
Yes.
Identification 3. Is this report you?
Yes.
This picture. Identification 4. Do you recognize this photo?
Yes.
Is that identification 5? And this photo?
Yes.
Identification 6. This photo, is that you?
Yes.
Identification 7. Identification 8, is that you?
Yes.
You recognize that photo?
Yes.
And I believe this will be number 9. Do you recognize that photo?
Yes.
Is this you depicted in this photo?
Yes.
And this is the report that you've seen and identified as the source of those photos, identification time.
Thanks, sir.
Now, I've shown you some photos. And you indicated that you recognize each of those. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. In those photos, there's one where it looks like they're, well, I was going to do these identifications in line. If with your permission, I'd like to go ahead and admit these with Ms. Dishman.
So, identification.
The photos, not the report, but the actual photos that she identifies.
And that goes, let's see. Three through 9, does that sound right?
3 through 9 will now become 6.
Let's just make it collective 6.
6.
Collective 6 is good. What is this picture?
That is Sean's Facebook profile picture.
Okay. I want to cue these up. Yeah, I'll need the TV on. And I can pass these if it's quicker, but if you want to wait and have it queued up here, we can.
Let's give him a chance. If he hit it right, it's in here. We'll start passing that. If it gets to it, we will. Okay. So this is the first photo. We've got them now. Then we take it back and put it on the screen. Yes. Okay. And you might want to refer to it as this collective 6. Whatever ID number we have on it is 6. Is that, no, what's the number that goes on that?
This one's,
The first one that you just passed up through.
the first one I passed was 3.
Okay, so it'll be 6, collective 6, number 3.
Collective 6, number 3.
Okay, we don't need to pass it. We've got it there on the screen. You give it back to her.
The next one I'm going to show you is collective 6, number 9, and collective 6, number 6. These are very similar photos. We'll do those back to back. Could you describe what is depicted in these photos?
Sean carved his initial on my lower back with a kitchen knife.
And then he took photos?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm just having trouble connecting up
Let's
to the
just,
internet.
let's just pass them. Okay, first one's first. Okay, pass that one first. Okay, next question.
The next one will be Collective 6 for ID. You previously said you recognize that photo. Who is in that photo?
That is me.
And what is depicted in this photo?
I was laying down and he ejaculated on me.
This is Collective 6, Exhibit ID 5 for ID. Do you recognize that picture?
Yes.
And what is depicted in that photo?
He had me defecate and then took pictures.
Okay. And Collective 8, Collective 6, ID 8. You recognize that? Who's depicted in this picture?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
And what is this scene?
He defecated on me and took pictures.
Collective 6, ID 7. What is this picture?
It's me. And he used the bathroom on me and took pictures.
Let's wait for a moment until I get all the pictures back, please. All right, next question.
Question probably on a lot of people's mind, Ms. Dishman, is why didn't you tell Mahogany about the murder or run to Dollar General near your house or anything?
At the time, I wasn't thinking rationally. Fear overtook everything.
If I could go back to when Miss Paxton was in the bedroom and you said that Mr. Finnegan was choking her.
Yes.
Could you describe specifically, is she face down, face up, on her side? How is she positioned when this is going on?
Face down.
And how is he positioned with her face down?
He was straddled over her.
Could you describe how it is that he's strangling her?
He was on his hands and knees, and he was using the shoestring on her neck.
You just gestured, so I'm going to describe that gesture for the court record. You had your hands and fists, and you pulled upward.
Yes.
Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. Did you stab Jennifer Paxton?
No.
Did you choke her?
No.
Did you strangle her?
No.
Did you slice her?
No.
Did you hit her with a bat?
No.
I pass this witness, Judge.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our afternoon break now, so it'll be about 20 minutes. Okay? So everybody rise, please.
All rise. Jury following, please.
Thank you. Have a seat, please. So, counsel, you want to put on some proof in regard to our 404B or ask her some questions?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
With the court's permission. So, Ms. Dishman,
Freezer, she said this guy has child.
it's been reported, so I'm asking for you to confirm it, okay?
Yes.
That there was an affair with a corrections officer.
Yes.
Is that true?
That's true.
Okay. And that there were pictures that were taken on a phone or something like that with a corrections officer? Okay. And that at some point you reported that corrections officer for the affair?
Yes.
Okay. And also at some point you threatened some other women who may or may not have been involved in a similar kind of affair with that corrections officer. You threatened to kill them?
Yes.
Okay. Judge, I think that's clear and convincing.
No, Your Honor, we never disputed, again, that the statement was made. Our issue is in conflating the issues of this trial. We have her saying something after the fact, but no physical confrontation with people, no hitting, no assaults took place, no actual killing or hurting any other person in the jail, but a threat to do so. On the other hand, we have Mr. Finnegan, who has said, I have fantasies about kidnapping someone and wants to. We feel like if we're going to make this go toward motive, he certainly has a motive too, and that evidence should come in. And without that, it is misleading to the jury to only give information of things that she has said and not give information about the things that he has said. Him expressing he wants to kidnap somebody and then kidnapping someone is certainly clear and convincing, more than probative, very relevant to this. To contrast that, her saying something to someone else in a completely different context after the fact in the survival mode that is jail is going to be confusing and misleading to the jury. In the event that you choose to let it in, we do believe that that opens the door to motive on the defendant's side. Because again, these are statements versus statements. Good for the goose, good for the gander in this context. It is not unfairly prejudicial. These are statements he made and then followed through on those statements directly. We have actual physical acts which confirmed his desire to perform those. He said, I'm going to do it, and then he did it. Versus, if you do this, I'll have this reaction, and then never did anything from it. These two aren't the same in terms of their probative value, and they are not the same, frankly, in terms of misleading the jury. It is terribly misleading to the jury to let in what's happened after the fact with Ms. Dishman. It is on point for the kidnapping statements from Mr. Finnegan.
Judge, I'd like to follow up. They're differently postured. She is someone who's pled guilty to a crime and is the state's witness. And I get to challenge her credibility, and I get to challenge her motives, especially since she's already pled guilty to it, and our entire defense is who made the acts. Besides the fact that the 404B they're trying to get in is through her.
Well, I want to rule on their 404B, but help me with this one. So tell me what you think material issue exists whether the conduct conform with character correct.
Okay, because she's claiming that he's abusive, and we're talking about this power dynamic. In the jail, she's having an affair so that she can get benefits inside the jail. It's a very similar situation as, say, living with someone and not having a job.
I don't have proof of benefits inside the jail. What I've got proof of is that she told somebody that if they didn't stop this relationship, she killed him. I think that's what she said.
Well, she did, but she also carried on this relationship for the purpose of benefits. And
How do I know that?
well, I could ask her.
What?
If
I've
that's
already
if
done
it's a
that.
clear,
So
convincing
ain't
issue.
that, I guess, besides that, for benefits, what else, what?
Then
what's
she,
the-
then whenever, when some other people were involved, for instance, like when Jennifer Paxton showed up at their house, she threatened the other two women who were involved. She was in jail. She didn't have the same kind of freedom that she had in that house where she wasn't locked up or chained or held down in any possible way. Then she went and turned him in when it went south, the same way she did in the jail. Once it was found out and she wasn't getting her way and she threatened those people, she went and turned the guy in. And now he's being prosecuted. It's exactly the same scenario according to the defense. And so it's probative to me be able to challenge her credibility and who has the actual control and the power in this situation, Judge. I mean, that's the whole defense.
Well, I thought you had to show that it went, not that it conformed with the character traits, but that in fact it went with motive or intent or something like that.
It does.
Which one?
Motive and intent. It goes to show her motive, which is jealousy. So her motive in killing Miss Paxton was jealousy that he brought her home. And jealousy, she threatened two other women in the jail because they were with the person who she viewed as having a relationship with. And then she turned him in afterwards. Exactly. She left and went and told the people about the person that she was getting the benefit from and having the relationship with. It tracks, Judge. I mean, and it goes to motive and intent because she's proven that she has done it again. It's not just propensity evidence. It goes that she has the ability to do it. They've raised the issue of mental incapacity and all this other stuff, Judge. I'm trying to the jury before we ever got started. So, I mean, part of this is to show that she can do those things because she has done those things. And it's not just propensity. It's to show lack of accident, motive, intent.
Your Honor, please, this is the problem we have with this. In order to get that information in, you have to have the context, and what he's doing is rank speculation on what her motivation is with her relationship with this corrections officer. So what happens is we end up going either he's making assumptions and leaps which are not in evidence, or we have to put that information in evidence and litigate this whole separate pending case, which is inappropriate to do in this context. And he's conflating how it's the same thing. What is the same thing in this case is that when she's had a man in power exploit her and she's turned him in, that's been corroborated and her statements have been very accurate. What the issue is with her statement is different from this, but you can't lump all that in, again, without litigating that separate case. And again, the context for this is that her statements were corroborated. His argument that she is getting benefit is unsubstantiated, and again, just requires full hearing on that.
You want to add something?
She said she's saying her statements are corroborated. No, they're not. She came in here and testified about it, and and then later on there's a murder that's being prosecuted. That's not corroboration of her statements of some other kidnapping that he's talking about.
She said there was a body in the freezer. There's a body in the freezer. She said this guy has child porn on his phone. He has child porn on his phone.
I promise, I got it.
This is.
I'll be back in about 15 minutes. Thank you very much. Keep seated. Part of the 404B issue, the proof that I've gotten so far, and the requirement for the case law in Tennessee is, let me find it for you. The court must, upon request, hold a jury out here outside the jury's right. I did that. The court must determine that a material issue exists other than conduct conformed with a character trait, and must, upon request, state on the record the material issue, the ruling, and the reason for admitting the evidence. Defense counsel has said that the material issue, other than conduct conforming, is motive and intent. Those are the two things you told me. And then when you spoke about it, you said she got a benefit from this relationship she had in prison or in jail, like she got a benefit from Mr. Finnegan. And then you also said that your theory is that she's the one who killed this person out of jealousy, and this is shown because she was jealous in the jail. I think that's what you told me. So, respectfully, I don't have clear and convincing evidence about the benefit or the jealousy. I do about she made the threat. So if you've got some additional questions you'd like to ask her about the benefit and the jealousy, I'll let you do that and try to convince me it's clear and convincing. But right now, I'm not there.
Okay.
Make sense?
Yes, sir.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. So, just back about the jail affair, is that whenever you were the officer, can you tell me how that happened? The officer would drop a phone off with you?
Yes.
Okay, and why did he drop the phone off with you?
To give him pictures and videos.
Okay. Did you gain any special privileges for doing this?
No.
You didn't? You didn't get extra time outside or any extra meals or anything like that?
No.
No? Did you get treated better by the corrections officer?
Not really.
No? You thought you had a relationship with him?
Yes.
But he treated you the same as every other correction officer?
Yes.
You had a relationship with him, you gave him sexual pictures, right?
Yes.
And you threatened someone to kill them because they were also flirting with him, right?
Yes,
But he was only treating you like every other corrections officer. Is that right?
I said that, but I didn't mean it actually, like, that I was going to fully intend to.
You're talking about killing them, right?
Right.
Yeah, so let's talk about the relationship, though. You said you didn't receive any special treatment. You didn't.
Asked and answered.
Okay.
Let's go to the jealousy.
So when you threatened those girls,
Yes.
it was because of jealousy, right?
I was upset.
You were upset because you were jealous, right?
A little.
Okay.
I didn't hear you. What'd you say?
A little.
A little. A little means you were jealous, right? I mean, you were jealous enough to threaten people, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
What did you do physically to them after making that statement, I'll kill you if you do this? What did you do?
I wept.
You wept?
Yes.
Is that what you said? Did you push anyone?
No.
Shove them?
No.
Shank them?
No.
Cut them?
No.
Punch them?
No.
You wept?
Yes.
So I guess, help me understand this. So you tell these girls, how many did you tell? 2 or 3, or how many did you tell?
I have problems with one.
1, okay. And you told her, I'm going to kill you if you do what?
If she talked to him.
I didn't hear you.
She talked to him.
Tell me again.
If she talked to him.
If she talked to him. And so you thought she was going to interfere with your relationship with him by talking to him?
Yes.
You did.
Judge, can I ask one more question?
I think it's pretty good for you right now, but if you want to go.
I'll leave it. I'll leave it.
Judge. Ben, I just need a minute.
What? Yeah, give me just a minute. you to ask about this, just in regard to the jealousy part, not the benefit. But if I do, I immediately have to give a limiting instruction. So I'm looking at the limiting instruction I have to give immediately after that.
So what I need to stay away from is benefit.
There's no proof of benefit.
Right. I'm just making sure. Thank you, Jim.
I just want to leave this instruction. I'll be right back. Okay, so under this 404B request to allow this question to be asked about this witness's involvement with a police officer while she's been in prison, the court held a hearing outside the jury's presence. The court must determine the material issue exists or the conduct conform with the character trait and must, upon request, stay on the record the material issue did that. He said it was for motive or intent. The court must find proof of this would be the wrong to be clear and convincing I do in regard to jealousy, and the court must exclude the evidence of probative value is outweighed by the danger of unfair prejudice. I'm going to find that is not outweighed. So the way it will happen is you can start your cross-examination, and then if you bring this area up after she answers this question about jealousy, then I will give a limiting instruction at that time, and then obviously the state can ask questions about jealousy. Once we open this door, you can ask about jealousy and other prior events or stuff like that. So that's about the way to handle it. I note the state's objection to this. Okay?
Thank you.
We good? Okay, bring it back in.
All rise. Thank you. Have a seat. First of all, I want to apologize for making y'all wait. I had a legal issue that I need to get right. And so sometimes that takes me a little time to dig. So I dug through some books and got the right answer. So I appreciate your patience. But the reason that's important is I don't want to do this again. And so I want to do it right the first time. So I'll make every effort to make sure I touch all the bases. So please excuse me for this delay this afternoon. I promise I will do my best not to have that happen again. All right? So nobody's really mad at me right now? Okay, good. That's perfect. All right, so I think you finished. I think the state's finished its direct examination.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So, Ms. Dishman, when you moved in with Sean, that's a house that's in Oak Ridge, right?
Yes.
And it's in the city.
Yes.
Okay. Is there more than one residence in that building?
There's 2 complexes.
It's 2 complexes. Okay. So, are there neighbors in that other? Is it an apartment or a condo or what would you?
Apartment complex.
Apartment. Okay. Are there other people that live in that building as well?
Yes.
Okay, so do those different apartments share walls?
Yes.
Okay. And then this house and this apartment's just a couple of blocks from the turnpike in Oak Ridge, right?
Yes.
So there's a bunch of stores and stuff like that run along the turnpike in Oak Ridge, is that fair?
Yes.
And so you were just a couple of blocks from those places, right?
Yes.
Okay. Were those places that you would visit? Go to those stores and stuff like that? Like if you had to shop or whatever?
With Sean. Yes.
With Sean, okay. And you said that you moved in with him. Where did you move in with him from? Where were you first? Where were you before you met Sean?
Maryville, Tennessee.
In Maryville, and you met him on Facebook.
Yes.
Okay. So, did you have a job at the time you moved in with him?
No.
No. And I think that you testified you were aware that, you were into kinky sex too, right?
Yes.
Okay. I don't know any other term for it, so I'm just going to call it kinky sex, okay, for right now. But you were into that too, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Is that something that you've done with other boyfriends as well?
Yes.
Okay. And so it wasn't new to you when you came to Sean. It's part of the reason why you moved in with him and were attracted to him.
Yes.
Right? Okay. Whenever you moved into him, what did you bring with you?
A box of clothes and my jewelry box and a couple of pairs of shoes. That's it.
Okay, a couple. And did you bring some sex toys with you too?
Yes.
And were those sex toys like butt plugs?
Yes.
Okay. And then, so, do you remember when you went to speak with, well, when you testified that you were going to go to a shelter, right? Or Mahogany was taking you to a shelter. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And Sean wasn't home when you left. You packed up and left.
He was at work.
He was at work, right? And you were able to leave.
Yes.
Pack up all your stuff and get out of there.
Yes.
Okay. When you first met with the police and told them this is some 9 months, right, after
Yes.
this happened, right? And Miss Paxton's body had been in the freezer for 9 months?
Yes.
Okay. And you did not call 911 or the police or anything to let them know that it happened, right?
Not till I told Mahogany.
Until you told Mahogany. Okay. Were you scared you were going to get in trouble?
Yes.
Yeah. And so when you went and told the police and you met with them that first time, do you remember that?
Yes.
And they brought you in, they talked to you in the interrogation room?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember telling them that that Miss Paxton had been chained to that bed for almost a month?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember telling them that it was sometime, the murder must have taken place sometime in January?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember telling them that, similar to when you're trying to explain to him that he's choking her or something, but when you explained it, when you told them the first time, you said that it was something about coming out of a shower and you walked in and y'all both walked her in and you shut and locked the door before he started?
He was actually choking her as I walked in.
Okay, but that's not what you told the police the first time. Would you agree with me on that?
I told him that.
Okay. Now, this happened a long time ago, right?
Yeah.
And so you've had, what, 4 or 5 years to think
Right.
about it, right? Okay. Do you remember telling the police when you first met him that when he got home, they woke you up, right? That you were just waking up? Do you remember telling him that? When Sean and Jennifer got there?
Yes.
Okay. And would that be normal because he usually gets home kind of early hours of the morning?
Yes.
From work, right? Okay. And then do you remember telling them that at that point, like, you had just woken up and then he basically just beat her with a bat?
Yes.
And that's basically what you taught her, like, she was there and then he just decided to beat her with a bat, right?
Yes.
You didn't say anything about him talking about kidnapping or planning this or anything like that. You didn't say anything.
He had mentioned it while she was in the shower.
I'm sorry?
He had mentioned it while she was showering.
But you didn't tell the police that the first time you met with him, right?
I told them that he asked me, do you want to kidnap her? And I told him that he asked that while she was showering.
And that's what you said in the first interview?
I believe so.
Okay. You can't remember really though, right?
It's been a couple years.
It's been a long time and you could have said something different because you said different things,
Yeah.
right? And you've said a few different things, haven't you?
Yes.
Right. So the facts that you're saying now, today, for instance, today you said something about Sean burning you with a torch. You've never told anybody, in any of your interviews prior, you never mentioned anything about a torch, did you?
No.
Okay. And then you also talked about him cutting you with a box cutter. In any of your other interviews, you never mentioned anything about a box cutter, have you?
No.
No. And in fact, you suffer from some depression, and issues like that, don't you?
Yes.
And you're a cutter, aren't you?
I was at the time.
You were a cutter at the time. And that means that you would cut yourself, right?
Yes.
Small cuts?
Yes.
Little cuts, and you get some sort of satisfaction from that, don't you?
It was a coping technique.
Okay. And so when you would cut yourself, that's how you would cope, are tiny cuts?
Yes.
Okay. Sean paid for where you lived, right?
Yes.
And he bought you food?
Yes.
And bought you glasses?
Yes.
And he paid for your medicine?
Yes.
Right? He took you to the doctor, if you need to go to the doctor?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. He basically provided your needs, right?
Yes.
And he went to work just about every day in order to do that,
Yes.
right? And when I say day, I mean like afternoon till early morning hours, like the entire afternoon till the early morning hours, like 5 to 5, 4 to 4, something like that, right?
Yes.
Okay. So today when you testify about Jennifer getting there, you said that she came in and then she was making breakfast,
Yes.
right? So evidently you were up, or y'all were up for a little while. This didn't happen right when they got home, right?
Yeah, we were up and talking to each other.
For a little while, because not long enough for her to make breakfast, at least, right?
She had a bowl of cereal.
Okay. So y'all are talking and having breakfast, and everything's fine, right?
At first.
Is this the first time Sean had brought a prostitute home?
No.
Is it the first time that y'all had discussed having a threesome?
No.
In fact, you've done that before.
Yes.
It wasn't uncommon,
No.
right? Okay. But this particular morning, your testimony is that he brought someone home, and you would agree that you texted back and forth with Sean, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you use other people's phones to do that, didn't you, sometimes?
Sometimes.
Okay. For instance, Mahogany's,
Yes.
right? Okay. And so in those texts, you would text him while he was at work,
Yes.
correct? And you would text him, basically sexting.
Yes.
Is that a fair way to say it? And you would say, hey, Daddy, come, whatever, right?
Yes.
I want to do this, I want to do that, right? They're going to be in evidence, so we'll be able to read them. And half the time, he would say, okay, baby, I got to go, we're getting busy. And that's how the conversation would end, right?
Yes.
Okay. Was your phone broken?
It didn't have Wi-Fi or data.
It didn't have Wi-Fi or data?
Yes.
Okay. That is a phone that Sean provided you also, right?
Not my first phone. It was gave to me, and then it got busted.
Your first, I'm sorry?
My first phone.
Got busted?
Mm-hmm.
So this was a different phone, right?
Yes.
And it's one Sean gave you?
No, different.
It's your first phone? I'm confused.
It was from another fiance.
Some other fiance bought you a phone?
Yes.
Okay. Were they paying for the service?
Yes.
And then they stopped paying for the service?
Yes.
Right? And so then you didn't have a service?
No.
So, okay. Which fiance was that?
Jeffrey.
Jeffrey? Okay. I don't know that one. Do you remember in that first interview, you were talking about, you were telling them about the body in the freezer and these things, and you mentioned BTK. Remember that?
Believe so.
Yeah. Is that something, do you remember, did you read about that, the BTK killer? Or were you into serial killers?
No, but we watched ID a lot.
You watched like documentaries and stuff like that?
Yeah.
Okay. And you would agree with me that before you met Sean, that you had also kind of dabbled in some different sort of beliefs,
Yes.
right? Like religious beliefs, type like Satanism,
What and
right?
later Satanism.
Like Satanism and witchcraft, things like that.
Yes.
Okay. And with a prior boyfriend, well, let me ask you this: when is the first time that you performed any kind of ritual, say with Ramsey, that involved cutting or blood?
I never performed any of that with him.
You didn't?
No.
You asked him to, though, didn't you?
No.
Okay, which boyfriend was it then?
I believe Austin said that.
It was Austin?
He said that, like, I've never used any spells on him or anything like that.
Okay, I'm sorry, I'm really having trouble understanding you, but my question is that well, let me ask that. Let me rephrase. Cutting and drinking blood, those are parts of some satanic rituals and things that you have performed before, correct?
No.
No. Okay, so if someone said that you did, say an, okay, all right, okay. So you okay. But you admit that you were into Satanism, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you've referred to yourself as a vampire before? In letters? No? You remember writing Sean once in jail and saying, "I'll be your little vampire"?
No.
No? Okay. So after this arrest, after you were in jail, after you turned in Sean, right, you were in fear, is what your testimony was, right? You were in fear,
Yes.
correct? And so you had to get out because you were scared.
Yes.
Okay. And so then after you were arrested, it didn't take very long before you started writing letters to Sean again, right?
Right.
And you kept writing him letters, didn't you?
Yes.
Okay. I'm sorry. It's just one of the letters from the jail. Do you-
Okay, yes, sir.
Okay. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
What is it?
I wrote in the letter.
It's a letter you wrote?
Yes.
Okay. Can you read the date on there?
6/25/21.
6/25/21. Can you read a letter to the jury?
Hey baby, I just got your letter. I hope all is well. First off, I want you to know I've made my decision. I want you to know I'm sorry for the lies and bullshit I've done. We have had our good and bad times together. I owe you an apology and I'm sorry. I want to be yours and only yours. Baby, will you take me back? Your baby girl misses you. But anyway, I hope you forgive me and write me, baby girl. P.S. I love you, Daddy.
Your Honor, I put that in evidence.
I think that'd be the next number, 87, right? Thank you. Yes, sir.
And that's one of many
Yes.
letters that you wrote, correct?
Yes.
Exclaiming your love for him and that you hope that he would forgive you and take you back, and right? Over and over again.
Yes, at the time.
A lot of times.
Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to go back to that first interview, all right, and see if you can remember some of the other things you said. First of all, let's talk about this. How did the police treat you? They were really nice to you, weren't they?
In jail? Or
No, I'm sorry. When you first, that was bad. It's a bad question. I apologize. When you first told the police about this, right, that first night, that August 5th or whatever.
Yes.
They did not, they were very nice to you. I mean, you were like, they treated you like you were a victim,
Yes.
right? I mean,
They're
they
very
didn't,
nice.
they didn't interrogate you about anything. They just kind of let you talk.
Just kind of listen.
Just kind of listen. That's right. And they made you comfortable,
Yes.
right? And gave you something to drink and asked you if you wanted something to eat?
Yes.
Okay. And during that interview, you talked about some of the cutting that you testified to about earlier, about walking. I think you testified that you came in from the shower. You're always getting out of the shower, right? Take a lot of showers?
Yeah, at the time.
Okay. And then you walked into the room, and Sean was, I think you said, was masturbating in front of the body, right?
Yes.
Okay. And that he had cut off some stuff.
Yes.
Now, do you remember when you talked to the police in the first place, you described something about him using a switchblade?
Yes, he
Right.
had used a pocket knife and cut off her nose.
Okay.
And intimate areas.
Okay, so now it's a pocket knife.
Yes.
Right. And you said you used the term switchblade when you first talked to the police, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So for the 9 months that you were at the house, right? Basically, you lived there for about 9 or 10 months. Is that about right? Did friends come over and hang out?
His friends.
Really? Mahogany never came over?
That was part of his friends.
That was his friends?
Yes.
She's not your friend?
I mean, later grew on to her as a friend.
Right. So you just were there, and his friends came over and hung out.
Yeah.
Where were your friends?
I couldn't see them.
Really?
Yes.
What are their names?
They were on Facebook and had lives and stuff on their own.
What are your friends' names?
I didn't have a lot of friends.
So you weren't allowed to see them, but you didn't have any friends to come see you.
No.
So that wasn't really true when you said you weren't allowed to see them. You just didn't have any friends to come see you. Is that right?
I mean, I could have had friends, but
You chose not to.
I wasn't really allowed.
Okay. But you did have friends in the neighborhood. I mean, you used Mahogany's telephone, right?
Right.
And she had to be familiar with what kind of relationship you guys had, right? I mean, she had to be kind of familiar because you used her phone for sexting.
Right.
And took pictures of yourself and everything else, right?
Right.
And sent them to Sean.
Yes.
Was she sitting next to you when you did that?
No.
So you just had her phone?
Yes.
So
She just let me borrow it.
So she would just let you borrow her phone whenever?
Not whenever, but when I was smoking with her and spending time with her.
So she was there?
Yes.
Well, you just said she wasn't there.
Like, not.
Okay, I said sitting next to you. Maybe I was confusing, but she was in the room with you when you texted, sexted, took pictures, all that
Not
stuff.
all the times, but yes.
Did you delete those before you gave them back to her?
Yes.
You did? Okay. So you would do text to Sean on her phone and then delete the text before you gave the phone back to her?
Yes.
Okay. In the room? In the same room? While y'all are in the same room?
No.
So you would borrow her phone and then you would wander off into another room to text Sean?
Sometimes.
Was she just hanging out by herself in the house?
It would just depend.
Right. And there were other people that came over, it's like Sean, friends, people would come over and hang out during that 9-month period, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember that first statement you talked about that Sean made you clean up all the blood?
Yes.
After he beat her with a bat, is what you said. He beat her. He hit her in the head with a bat or whatever, and was beating her, and she's screaming, right?
Yes.
What time of day was this?
I'm not exactly sure, but it had to be in the afternoon.
In the afternoon?
Yes.
But he gets home in the morning, right?
He was at home in the afternoon because it was later. during the day.
Okay, but you said that it was after breakfast.
She had ate cereal when
So-
she got there.
Okay. So when she and Sean got home, that would be like 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning, right? That's when he gets off work.
That's usually when he got home.
And then she waited till late afternoon to eat a bowl of cereal?
Yes.
So she was there the whole day?
Yes.
The entire day she was there?
She got there in the afternoon.
She got there in the afternoon?
Yes.
How did she get there?
Sean,
But Sean gets home at 4 o'clock in the morning from work.
he got home late.
He got home 14 hours late?
I know that it wasn't in the morning.
Okay. So if it happened in the afternoon, then she had to be there all day if she came home with him, right?
I just know that she was there in the afternoon.
Okay. But she was there when you woke up too. You said you told the
Yeah.
police officers that, right?
Right.
You wake up in the afternoon?
Yeah.
Okay. Is that, you always wake up in the afternoon?
Yes, I'm not a morning person.
Okay. And then she and Sean woke you up in the afternoon when he got home from work?
Yes.
And he came home from work in the afternoon at a bar that doesn't open till 5? Is that what your testimony is?
Yes.
Okay. All righty. In that first statement, you also said that after Jennifer was there, that Sean raped her multiple times,
Yes.
3 or 4 times,
Yes.
right? Okay. And that he made you climb, I think you just testified that he made you climax over her while she was laying there,
Yes.
right? And I think you said that he had to force you to climax.
Yes.
You mean he turned you on?
I wasn't turned on, but he forced me to orgasm.
I don't think that's how that works. I'm not a doctor, but, okay, I'm sorry.
Objection argumentative.
Okay. So when you first talked to him, you first talked to the police, you told him that he made you clean up all the blood, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then just a little bit ago, you testified that after he did that, he went upstairs and he made you go down and clean up all the blood. That he went down and cleaned up all the blood and made you stay in the room. I'm sorry. That's what you just testified to, right?
I cleaned a little bit of it up, but he went down and I'm assuming that he cleaned the rest up and grabbed the chain.
But that's not what you said the first time you talked to the police, right? You said that he made you clean up all the blood, right?
I didn't clean all of it up, just some of it.
Okay. And you'd agree that's different than what you said the first time?
Right.
Right. And you also testified today that there was blood everywhere, or I know in one of the statements, and I'm starting to get confused now, you said there was blood everywhere,
Right.
right? In what rooms was there blood everywhere?
The downstairs area.
I'm sorry?
The downstairs area.
The downstairs area?
Yes.
So it was just splattered blood everywhere because you're saying he was beating her with a bat,
Yes.
right? And blood spattered everywhere in that living room,
It
right?
was on like the floor area,
Mhm.
at least.
Okay. You just testified that they were fighting and she was protecting herself with a fire grate.
She was.
Okay. You've never said that before either, have you? To any other officers in any of your interviews?
I'm not sure.
Well, let me ask you, in your first interview, did you say anything about her defending herself with a fire grate? Did you tell the police that?
I can't remember.
Would you believe me if I told you you didn't?
I mean, it's been years.
Yeah. You didn't say anything about her defending herself at all when you talked to her, the police, the first time, right?
I don't remember.
Okay. Well, when people are fighting and there's someone defending themselves and someone swinging a bat, were they standing in one spot or moving around?
Moving around, I would think
What?
so. I would think they would be moving around.
You would think he'd be moving around. Okay. All right. Did you testify that So did you see it or not see it?
I mean, I had to go upstairs, and then by the time I came downstairs, that's what I saw.
Okay. So conveniently, whenever things are happening, you go upstairs?
I was made to go upstairs. He told me to go upstairs
Okay.
because his mom was coming down to take her medicine,
Right.
and he didn't want her to see it.
Okay. You mentioned that he was abusive to you really from the beginning, right?
Yes.
That's what your testimony is now. You said the first couple of weeks were good, right?
The first incident was the shower.
Okay. And so that first incident, do you remember what time of day was that?
I don't recall.
Do you remember what day it was?
No.
Do you remember what month it was?
No.
Remember what year it was? Have to,
2019.
I would think so. Call the police?
No.
Tell your neighbor?
No.
Tell anybody?
No.
Take any pictures?
No.
Write it in a journal?
No.
Okay. What about the next time that he was abusive to you? When was that?
Didn't tell anybody.
Didn't tell anybody?
No.
Didn't take any pictures?
No.
Didn't talk to the neighbors about it?
No.
Didn't call the police?
No.
Didn't leave?
No.
Whenever he was at work, were you chained to anything?
No.
No? Whenever he was at work, did he have a GPS monitor on you?
No.
Whenever he was at work, did you have an iPhone or a cell phone that he could track where you were?
No.
Were there locks on the outside of the doors or the windows that you could not leave the house?
No.
In fact, you did leave the house. You had pets.
Yes.
And so you go take them for walks.
Yes.
Right? You'd go visit neighbors, right?
Sometimes.
To go smoke pot or whatever.
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember telling the police the first time that you checked, that after you were saying that Sean choked her, that you checked, that you were there and you kept checking her pulse? And I think that you testified to that too.
Yes.
Today you testified that you basically were there all night long with her, checking her pulse all night.
Yes.
Right? Okay. And I think in that first interview you said that you were checking her pulse because you were a CNA.
Yes.
You remember saying that? What's a CNA?
Certified nurse assistant.
A certified nursing assistant. And you worked at a place where elderly people were?
Yes, for 2 years.
For a few years. For a few years you were in charge of taking care of people, weren't you? And you had responsibilities,
Yes.
right? And you had to show up for work, and
Yes.
you had to get home, and
Yes.
you had to cash your check,
Yes.
and all those things, didn't you?
Yes.
And you're certified. That means you had to pass a test of some sort, didn't you?
I couldn't pass my test.
Then how'd you get certified?
I didn't. That's why they fired me.
That's why they fired you?
Yes.
Okay. But you worked there for several years?
Yes.
All right. And you basically did the same job as a CNA even though you didn't pass the test?
Right.
Okay. And they trusted you to do that?
Yes. Until I got fired.
Until you got fired, but that's because you didn't pass the test, right? Okay. Now, you, in some of the descriptions of what happened, you were really specific about Miss Paxton's body and her tattoos.
Right.
You spent a good bit of time with her, didn't you?
Yes, we talked some.
Okay. And you were, I remember, do you remember when you were talking to the police and you were very descriptive about the injuries, you were very descriptive about the locations of her tattoos, you were very descriptive about places that maybe were cut or had the names of her children? I remember that. Remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And you all had an open relationship, right?
One, yes.
That was the idea. You both had an open relationship.
He did.
Okay. And you had been with other people? You'd been with other women?
Just other women, yes.
Okay. And you texted Sean about wanting to be with other women?
It was his idea, like, he introduced it to me.
He introduced it to you?
Yeah.
You said you were into kinky sex stuff before you met Sean, right?
I was, but
Okay.
I've never, at the time, was with women and did it to that extent.
Right. But he introduced you to it and you liked it?
In the beginning,
Okay. Okay. So after 9 months of the body being in a freezer, you tell Mahogany. Now, Mahogany asked you about, you said something about your eyes, right? Bruises or something like
Yes.
that? Okay. Now, when was the last time Mahogany was in the house before August 5th? Or when's the let me rephrase that. Let me scratch that, strike that. When was the last time you hung out with Mahogany before that August 5th date?
I don't recall, but she was getting married on my birthday, and after she came back, that's when she noticed the bruise on my eye, because that's when we got in a fight.
Okay. Now, when you got in fights, you hit him too, didn't you?
Yes.
I mean, it wasn't a one-way situation. It was a fight,
Yes.
right? It wasn't, you weren't cowering in a corner. You were fighting back,
Yes.
right? You hit him also, correct?
Yes.
Did you ever hit him first?
No.
Okay. So she got married on your birthday. When's your birthday?
April 30th.
When?
April 30th.
April 30th?
Yes.
So she got married on April 30th, around
She
this.
was gone the week that my birthday was.
That's the week of April 30th.
Yes.
And is that, you didn't see her for 3 months until August 5th?
She came back, but I didn't tell her until later on.
Right, so she hung out with you for 3 months after she came back.
Yes.
So my question was, when was the last time you saw her before August 5th? And you said it was when she came back after being married on your birthday, which was 3 months beforehand,
Right.
right? So I'm going to ask you again, when was the last time you saw Mahogany before August 5th?
I don't remember exact dates.
Within the week? Y'all saw each other fairly often, didn't you?
Pretty much, like, every couple weeks, I'd say.
Just every couple weeks? That's how often y'all hung out?
Yeah.
But she'd let you borrow her phone to sex Sean anytime you wanted?
When I was with her.
Right. Okay. Because she's his friend?
Yes.
Okay. When's the last time you had a job?
I believe it was 2017.
2017?
Yes.
And after that, you basically depended on your boyfriends or fiancés to pay for your way?
Yes.
Okay. And what you would do is, I guess, what did you do? Provide sex?
Yes.
Okay. And just to be clear, it was, even if it was kinky sex, it was stuff you were into?
Sometimes.
Okay. So Sean's a cook, right? And he had chef knives, right?
Yes.
And he took them with him to work, right?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Well, he may have left them at the house then, right?
Right.
You don't know. But there were other knives at the house,
Yes.
right? Pocket knives or whatever, kitchen knives or other knives at the house, right?
Yes.
Okay. Even when Sean was gone.
Yes.
So we talked about kind of stuff that led up to it, right? And then we had Jennifer being introduced to you in the morning or in the afternoon or whenever you woke up, right? She was either immediately hit in the head with a bat or she was there all day and ate breakfast, right?
Right.
Okay. Let's see. She was either there chained to the bed for a month or for 2 or 3 days, right?
It was like 2 or 3 days.
But you told him a month the first time, right?
Right.
Okay. So let's talk about, after you got arrested, you go to jail, you write these letters. You start writing these letters to Sean, right?
Yes.
And you continuously write to him, right? Until I assume your lawyers told you to stop.
Yes.
Okay. And then, so after that, some time's passed, and you developed I guess, a relationship with a corrections officer.
Yes.
Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. And that corrections officer would leave his phone for you to take pictures?
On one occasion.
Okay. And so it was a semi-sexual relationship?
Yes.
Right. Okay. But you believed it was a relationship?
He told me that we could have fun.
Okay. And then you found out that there may have been a couple of other girls that he was having that kind of relationship with, right?
Yes.
And that made you jealous, didn't it?
It made me upset.
Okay. And it made you jealous enough to threaten those other two, to kill those other girls, didn't it?
I did say that, but I never meant it, that I was going to actually kill them.
Right. But they didn't know that, did they?
It was like
Objection calls for speculation.
Okay.
I'll sustain.
I'll withdraw it.
And ladies and gentlemen, let me give you a jury charge in regard to that. And it's called evidence of other bad acts. If from the proof you find the witness has committed a bad act other than that for which he has pled, you may not consider such evidence to prove her disposition to commit such a crime. The evidence may only be considered to you for the limited purpose of determining whether it provides a motive. That is, such evidence may be considered by you if it tends to show a motive of the witness for the commission of the offense charged here, or B, the witness's intent. That is, such evidence may be considered by you if it tends to establish the witness actually intended to commit the crime charged. Such evidence of other bad acts, if considered for you for any other purpose, must not be considered for any other purpose than what was specifically stated. And I'll give you all a copy of that charge when you go back on your deliberations. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Judge. And so just at the end, so after threatening, right, after you threatened these girls, then something happened, the relationship maybe is going south or something, right? Or maybe you found out about the other girls. Is that what happened?
Found out about the other girls.
Okay. And so your response was to do what?
I decided it was best to turn him in.
So you turned him in. And you became the victim again, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
I'll withdraw it. I need a couple of seconds.
Sure.
So, just so the jury's clear, you pled guilty to the charges that you faced. You pled guilty to first-degree murder and to kidnapping.
Yes.
Right? And you were charged with the same crimes that Mr. Finnegan is charged with and is facing trial here today, correct?
Yes.
And you were also served with a notice of the state's intent to seek the death penalty.
Yes.
Right? And then you pled guilty. Your attorneys advised you, right? You got good attorneys, don't you?
Yes.
You do.
Very good attorneys.
You've got very good attorneys. And they advised you that it would be in your best interest to take a plea.
Yes.
And so you pled guilty to that.
Yes.
And in exchange, the state's not, is agreed to not, there's no death penalty, right? They took the death penalty off the table. So you saved your life.
Yes.
And your attorneys advised you that that was advisable.
Yes.
Okay. And that plea was sometime that was in September last year.
Yes.
Is that fair? So before you came in this morning to testify, first of all, you've testified under oath before, right? And you've testified in this courtroom under oath before. And do you remember testifying last time that in, strike that. Okay. I just want to be clear that whatever time of day that Jennifer Paxton and Sean got back to your house, on whatever day that was, or whatever time of year that was, that you were there, right? That you were there for 9 months following, and that you were alone most of the time.
Yes.
And during the time Jennifer Paxton was there, you were alone most of the time.
Yes.
That's all I have.
Yes, Sean. When you were there alone, was there someone else in the house?
Francis.
Did Frances communicate regularly with
No.
Mr. Finnegan?
She talked to him, but we didn't really have a relationship.
You two didn't have a relationship. Are you aware of how Mr. Finnegan knew what you were doing during the day if you weren't telling him?
I'm guessing that she watched me.
Objection to guessing.
Do you have any personal knowledge of Miss Frances giving information to Mr. Finnegan?
Objection to hearsay.
She may have personal knowledge based on other actions.
Yeah, ask her if she's got personal knowledge. I know what somebody told her.
That was my question. Do you have personal knowledge or indication information, not something someone told you, that makes you believe that Miss Frances told Sean what you were doing during the day?
No.
Who told Sean that you left with Mahogany? Do you know?
I'm not sure.
Who else was at the house when you left with Mahogany?
Just Francis.
Okay. So in any given day, the only other person at the house after Miss Paxton was murdered, that was Miss Francis.
Just Francis and I.
Okay. Did you have a driver's license?
No.
Were you able to operate a car?
No.
Now, you had said earlier that he had the freezer turned with initially, when it was downstairs, with the doors toward the wall, correct?
Yes.
Was he concerned with someone getting, you said he was concerned with somebody getting in that. Who was he concerned about?
His ex, Sarah.
And was that something where Sarah would come over?
Yes.
At that point? And this is somebody he had dated?
Yes.
And you were aware of that?
Yes.
Did you threaten Sarah?
No.
Were there any other women? There's been testimony here today that threesomes weren't abnormal and it was always another woman, correct?
Right.
That's what you said just a few minutes ago. So were there other girlfriends that he had?
Yes.
And they came into the house?
Yes.
How many other women were in the house besides Jennifer while you were there? In and out, whether they spent the night, stayed, but
Always
relationships?
4.
Okay. Were any of those women murdered or put in a freezer?
Just Jennifer.
Okay. Do you have a day planner? Do you know what I mean by that?
Like a to-do list.
Yeah. With like a calendar?
Outside of jail or...
Like when you lived at this house, did you keep a calendar of your day-to-day?
No.
Did you have anywhere that you were scheduled to be at any given time?
No.
Working on, job that you had to keep that schedule?
No.
Do you remember when COVID, are you going to use the term COVID hit?
Yes.
When was that?
Probably summer of 2019. At one point, Sean lost his job.
Okay. And that was because things were locked down or closed. And lots of schedules kind of got upended, right?
Yes.
At that point, yeah. So you had nowhere where you needed to be working every day?
No.
You weren't volunteering anywhere?
No.
Didn't have any sort of 9 to 5?
No.
Nothing to mark really the difference between one day or another?
No.
Okay. You talked about, and he talked about, watching crime documentaries or TV shows.
Right.
And you talked about how Sean came home with shower curtain cleaning supplies,
Yes.
different things. Could you describe what he did with those?
After he murdered Jennifer, he laid the tarp down, placed her body on the shower curtain, rolled her in it after bleaching her down, and then put her in the freezer.
Did you assist with that?
Yes.
You talked about being there alone. It was just you and Jennifer. You've said that on both direct and cross.
Right.
That you're there. Francis is there. Francis is having good days and bad days.
Yes.
And you talked with Jennifer.
Yes.
You said at the end, when you thought that she was close to dying,
Yes.
that you talked to her.
Yes.
Why did you do that?
I was extremely anguished and I wanted to save my goodbyes
Why did you feel that anguish?
because I care about people.
So there's been some talk about you being satanic or Wiccan. And you said you were into it.
Yes.
What do you mean by that? What did you do?
Through a phase as a teenager trying to fit in, and my dad was an ordained minister, so I was kind of rebellious.
Okay. So you, to be clear, you weren't drinking blood or engaging in rituals as they were described by defense earlier. There's been some talk then of some letters that were sent back and forth between you and Mr. Finnegan. Did you write a lot of letters to him?
Yes.
Did you express your affection for him in those?
Yes.
Do you ever recall him writing to you?
Yes.
He ever give you instructions on things you should do in those letters?
He had told me that I needed to tell the truth, and he was innocent.
And are you telling the truth today when you said you didn't do this?
Yes, I'm telling the truth.
When you said you were sorry for the lies and bullshit, what did you mean by that?
Like, not being a good enough girlfriend and not being good enough for him. Essentially, I wasn't ever worthy enough for him.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that last part? I couldn't understand you.
I felt that I wasn't worthy enough for him.
Why is that?
I've always felt this way.
So when you say lies and bullshit, and you've always felt that way, you just mean in relationship to him and being a good girlfriend or submissive. Okay. You're not talking about the events of court today, are you? I think I'm re-summarizing what she said.
Yeah, I don't think you need to re-summarize.
Okay.
So I think that may be legal, so I'll sustain the objection.
So we've talked about you entering a guilty plea on this. And why did you do that?
Because I feel that I am guilty. I have to live the rest of my life with it. I still have to deal with it every day.
Okay. There's talk about, again, the punishment that you had and the way he treated you and the way he was treating her. Could you clarify for me when you and when she are chained, specifically with Miss Paxton, how was she physically chained to the bed? Like, describe exactly how that worked.
She was chained on the footboard side of the bed, and he used 2 padlocks, one on her neck and one for the other loop for the other end of the chain through the middle.
Is that the same or different than the way he would chain you?
Different.
And how would he chain you?
He would use it the same way, but he would lead me around the house like a dog, and at one point he inserted it vaginally inside of me.
So he used chain links for that?
Yes.
Okay. Have you ever seen the autopsy or the medical examiner's report for Miss Paxton?
I'm not sure.
Is that something that, in preparation for your testimony, you looked at?
Don't remember.
Do you remember pictures of Miss Paxton or a lot of medical information?
Yes.
Is that something that you looked at with your attorneys?
Yes.
You think that they gave you that in anticipation?
Maybe.
Okay. Did you have any information about what was in that report before you talked to the police?
No.
Because that would have been, you talked to the police August 5th and into 6th, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Have you ever told Mahogany every detail about the abuse that you had at the hands of Mr. Finnegan?
No.
Have you ever told the investigators every detail about that?
I believe so, yes.
So you believe that you gave more information as the case went on than you did in that initial disclosure? And you've given more information than you did to the police on that first interview, right?
Right.
conceded that. Is that because that information is true or false?
It's all true.
Okay. And why were you giving those additional details later?
Because I knew that it had to be spoken or it would never be spoken.
Pass the witness.
As part of your plea agreement, you agreed to testify, correct?
Yes.
How many times did you meet with the prosecutor to prepare for this?
I don't recall.
More than one?
Yes.
More than two?
Yes.
More than three?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Or 3, 4, something like that, maybe?
I'm not sure.
When's the last time you met with him?
I don't remember.
You don't remember the last time you met with them? When's the last time you met with your attorneys?
A week or a couple weeks ago.
Okay, not today?
I met with them today.
Okay. And a couple weeks ago?
Yes.
You don't remember the last time you talked to the DA?
No.
Okay. But you remember amazing details from 4 or 5 years ago, right?
Depending on what it is.
Okay. They're different now than they were, but,
Right.
okay. And so, Sean wrote you letters,
Yes.
right? And he wrote you letters and said, Rebecca, tell the truth,
Yes.
right? And you wrote him back and you said, I'm sorry for lying, didn't you?
I wrote him back, but
You just read the letter. You don't remember reading the letter?
yeah.
Okay.
I did write that.
It seems like maybe, okay. You just read the letter that you apologized to him, right?
Yeah.
And he was writing you letters saying, tell the truth. That's all he wrote to you.
Yes.
Tell the truth, I'm innocent. And you wrote back, I'm sorry I lied. I'm sorry I put you in this position. Right?
No.
No? Is that the letter you just read?
I meant with the relationship.
Okay. And you just assumed he would just guess whatever you meant as opposed to it being a response to his letters?
Right.
Okay. Thank you.
May I approach?
Sure.
Now, we've discussed that you wrote many, many letters, correct?
Yes.
And you wrote letters probably from the time you were taken into custody
Yes.
up till, yeah, have you ever stopped writing letters?
I eventually stopped.
You stopped writing letters as soon as you finished?
Yes.
Was that after days, months, years?
Years.
Did you only talk about whether telling the truth or not, or sorry for lies or bullshit, or were there other things discussed as well?
There was other things.
And he wrote back?
Yes.
And he discussed other things as well, didn't he?
Right.
So this was a correspondence that was going back and forth regularly.
Yes.
And did you always get every letter he
No.
sent to you?
No.
Are you aware if he received every letter you sent to him?
No. I'm not sure.
But you are aware that sometimes you said that he doesn't get it. Sometimes mail's rejected.
Right.
And so sometimes you're writing letters and you haven't got a response yet from the previous one. Is
Right.
that accurate? And sometimes you have.
Yes.
To get a full picture of everything on what his response to this or that may not flow.
Right.
I'm going to object to leading again.
Can you recognize that letter?
1 second, I'll sustain the objection, so next question.
Can you recognize that letter?
Yes.
Who wrote that?
I did.
Who'd you write it to?
Sean.
I'm going to have that marked as the next numbered exhibit. I'll move that into evidence.
Okay. think there'll be 8 or 9.
And tell me if I'm reading this correctly. Baby, I'm sorry. I'm a bad submissive. I'm sorry I disobeyed you. I feel really bad. That guy was flirting. I'm sorry.
Correct.
I love you so much, so fucking much it hurts.
Correct.
Thank you.
Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Who wrote that letter?
I did.
Who'd you write it to?
Sean.
Summary here. I'm in a million pieces. Don't know where to begin. You hurt me so bad. All I want is your love. That the gist of this?
Yes.
Breaks my heart that we're apart. Drenched in lustful sin. Is that what you wrote to him?
Yes.
What do you call him when you sign it?
Master.
I move that this be admitted as State's Exhibit number 9.
Those letters you were writing to him, you wanted him back and you loved him and you miss him and you want to touch him and hold him and all those things, right?
At the time, yes.
But you had to leave because you were scared of him, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Anything else?
No, no.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. You can step down. You can step down. We're doing what? What are we doing? Is our next witness?
Is our next witness,
How
yes,
long
sir.
will this witness be?
Not as long as the one after that, but.
Okay. All right. So we'll stop for the day. So, ladies and gentlemen, y'all have done a great job today, and I cannot thank you
Your Honor,
enough.
please, can we?
Oh, you got to be here today.
This one,
It would be preferable. She's an hourly wage worker.
Okay, all right. So hang on with me. We're going to do one more witness. Okay.
The answer to that was perhaps more vague. It's shorter than the next one, and it should be enough to get us finished by 5:30.
Okay.
I would imagine that would
Right.
be feasible.
Ma'am, if you'll step up here next to me, please. Right up here, please. You raise your right hand. Swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you. You have a seat right there. If you'll tell me your first name and last name and spell them both, and then if you'll speak up into that microphone, that'll help everybody hear. Okay?
Kelsey Norwood Coons.
And Ms. Coons, do you live here in Anderson County?
No.
Okay. But you did back in 2019, 2020?
Yes.
And do you recall what your street address was in 2019, 2020?
316 East Fairview Drive.
Okay. And East Fairview Drive is in the city of Oak Ridge, Tennessee?
Yes.
Okay. And as we leave this courthouse and we head into Oak Ridge, how would we get to Fairview Avenue or Drive? Is it Avenue or Drive, did you say?
Avenue, I'm sorry.
Okay. How would we get to Fairview Avenue?
You would go down the turnpike and turn by the dollar store.
Okay.
and
Is that the Dollar General?
The Dollar General, yes.
Okay. Do you know the name of that road that you turn on there? Florida Avenue sound familiar? It's been a while,
Florida,
right?
Yeah.
Okay, so if you take a right on Florida Avenue, how do you get to your place that you lived at on Fairview?
You would turn right onto Fairview.
Okay. So right on Florida, right on Fairview.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And the type of place you lived in, could you describe for the jurors what type of building it was?
It was like a townhouse. There was 4 units. Mine was on the very end, and Sean's was right next to me.
It was a fourplex,
Yes.
so to speak?
Yes.
Do you know what a Semesto house is?
No.
You don't know what a different plans of Semesto houses in Oak Ridge are?
No.
Okay. But that fourplex that you're in, you see them all over Oak Ridge, right?
Right.
Okay. And in fact, when you turn onto Fairview, there's another fourplex on the corner, on the corner of Florida and Fairview, right?
Right.
And you're not that one on the corner, but which one are you from there?
The next one.
Okay. And your particular apartment is the fourplex is running perpendicular with the street, right?
Right.
All right. May I approach, Your Honor? What's my next exhibit number? Ms. Coons, I'm handing you what's been marked for identification as exhibit number 10, and you've probably seen that kind of image before, right?
Mm-hmm.
And what are we looking at?
It's the street view of where I lived. The street view of where I lived.
Okay. Google overhead
Google Maps,
image, a
yeah.
Google map image. Okay, and do you recognize the cross streets that you just testified to the jury about Fairview in Florida?
Yeah.
Okay, and do you recognize which apartment was yours versus which in this particular exhibit?
Yes.
Okay, and you see your apartment there?
Yes.
And if I can have you circle with red ink your apartment in exhibit number 10. Okay, and put in there, if you want to put a KC or KNC, and go ahead and sign it, Kelsey Coons, and today's date. Okay, and do you know Colt and Mahogany Pico?
I know of them.
Did you know where they lived in relation to your apartment?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to give you a black pen. Well, I guess I'm going to give you a black pen, and I'm going to have you circle and put CP and MP inside the circle over their apartment.
It's not right.
Guess we'll let this out too long. We have another color. Well, we're just going to do it all in red, I guess, and then we'll just do different initials inside the circles. Right now, there's one red circle on there with a KC inside it. That's you, Kelsey Coons, right?
Yeah.
And you've autographed and dated it, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So now we're going to have you circle where Mahogany Pico and Colt Pico lived, and put a CP/MP in there. And finally, I want you to circle, and you had another neighbor named Sean Finnegan.
Mm-hmm.
Do you see him here in the courtroom?
Yes.
Where is he?
He's sitting right over there.
Record reflects you pointed to the defendant, Sean Finnegan.
You did.
Where did your neighbor Sean Finnegan live?
He lived right beside me.
Okay, circle that and put an SF in it. And do you know who else he lived there with?
Becca and his mom,
Do you know Becca's name?
Rebecca Dishman.
So if you put inside the circle SF RD, and we're going to move this in as the physical locations, Judge, for Exhibit 10 of the different apartments in the proximity to each other. And if I could put that up while she's explaining the exhibit. And so you just made mark notations on exhibit number 10. Could I have her stand down just so she can use this to just indicate to the jury what she marked on the paper exhibit? Kelsey, tell the members of the jury, where is Fairview and Florida? Which fourplex did you live in this picture?
This one.
Okay. And your unit was actually on the street side, on Fairview side, the far end. So there's 3 other tenants as this exhibit goes north, right? And with regard to the Picos, where did they live? Okay. And is there a difference in these units? It appears there's wings on the end and a main part in the center.
The ends are just single, and the middle is 2-bedroom, 2-story.
Okay. So as we look at the exhibit, both on the ends are 1-bedroom units, and there's 2-bedroom units in the middle, and then on the far side, another 1-bedroom unit.
Right.
And you lived in that 1-bedroom unit on the end, right? And who lived right next door to you?
Sean.
Okay, so you shared an adjoining wall with Sean Finnegan and Rebecca Dishman, right? Okay. How long did you live at that apartment, if you recall?
A little over a year. Maybe about a year, 2 months, 2 or 3 months.
Okay, but you were there in the Christmas of 2019?
Yes.
Okay. And in Christmas of 2019, had you gotten to know them at all?
No, not really.
Okay. Didn't do much interacting with either Miss Dishman or Mr. Finnegan?
No, it was more like see each other in passing. Hi, how are you? See you later.
Okay.
That kind
And
of thing.
as we look at these 2 fourplexes, we see in the overhead view at least some driveways in between?
Yes.
Is that where everybody parked?
That's where they parked. Sean and his other neighbor on the other side parked there.
The 2-bedroom units used the driveway?
Yes.
You did not?
No.
How come?
There was never really anywhere for us to park, so we parked right next to the tree on the Fairview Road, right where the red car is.
On the street is where you normally park?
Yes.
And then enter in, so you would have times when you'd just be passing by and saying pleasantries and things like that?
Right.
Okay, but no social interaction? You didn't go over and hang out in their apartment or have them hang out?
No.
At the time, in Christmas of 2019, did you have any children?
I did.
Okay, and did anybody else live there at the apartment with you?
My husband and my child.
Your husband, what's his name?
Elijah.
And you had a child?
Mm-hmm.
When was your child born?
August 29th of 2019.
Okay, so you had a baby in,
Yes.
in Christmas of 2019, right?
Yes.
And some things happened in Christmas of 2019 to cause you alarm with things going on next door?
Yes.
All right, I'm going to turn your attention to that, okay?
Okay.
How is it that you know it was Christmas time that something alarmed you about things going on next door?
Because my Christmas tree was still up.
Okay. And out of habit, how long do you put your Christmas tree up at a certain time?
Not usually. I mean, up to a week or two after January.
Okay. When do you put it up?
I mean, it's just anywhere from after Christmas till no later than a week or two into January.
When do you assemble it?
Oh, usually right after Thanksgiving.
Okay. Real or fake?
Tree?
Yes.
Fake.
Okay. So anytime you get the box out, basically.
Right.
2 minutes. Everybody rise, please.
All rise.
Yeah, like in 10 minutes. Go ahead.
Did you have a chance to speak with her?
She came over a couple times and asked to use my phone.
Objection, Judge, hearsay.
Don't tell me what you said, but she came over a couple of times.
Okay.
Yes.
Next question.
So she came over a couple of times, and you had an opportunity to interact with her and get a feel for who she was?
Yes.
And what was your opinion of her?
She seemed sweet.
Okay.
Kind of, I guess you would say slower than most people.
Okay.
Intelligent wise.
Okay. And she came over with specific requests?
Yes.
Did she discuss with you what her intention was with regard to those requests? 8033, Judge. I'm going straight to state of mind, the declarant state of mind right now.
He's asking her to repeat what she was told by someone.
Is that what you're asking?
But no, what I'm asking is that in the 8033 state of mind exception to the hearsay rule, a statement made by the person out of court to this person about their state of mind and their
We'll
intention.
stop for today. And so we'll go ahead and call today. Y'all go back to your hotel. I'm going to come over there and see what books you've got so I can make sure they're okay. But don't discuss the case with each other or with anyone else. All right? And so I'll see y'all in just a few minutes. Don't talk to me about the case either if you see me wandering around the halls. Okay? All right. Everybody rise, please.
All rise.
You can leave your jury books right there.
Jury, follow me.
Okay, have a seat, please. Okay, so restate your question.
Well, Judge,
Just
I guess,
restate your question to her.
ma'am, Miss, did you have interaction with Rebecca Dishman?
Yes.
And if so, what did she tell you when you had interaction with Miss Dishman?
Okay, let's stop there. You're saying hearsay.
I'm saying hearsay.
And you're saying
I'm saying it's an 803. You have to hear the answer, I guess, Judge, to.
Okay, what's
to-
the answer?
She came over, was talking about how she is scared of Sean and that she wanted to get away but didn't really have anywhere to go. She wanted to use my phone and she made a fake Facebook profile. She said she was doing that so she could try and get a ride out of there. I can't remember who she said she was trying to get a hold of. But
And did she in fact do that on your phone?
yes.
And so she indicated that she was afraid and that she was trying to leave and she needed your phone to do that through a Facebook fake account. And you verified she did that?
Yes.
And what did you do as a result of that?
She had asked me if she got a message to go over there and relay it to her, and as soon as she left, I never did. I just deleted it off of my phone. I really didn't want to get involved.
Okay, so so Ms. Dishman asked her to send out some notice saying she needed help or something like that. She wanted to leave. Is that what you did?
She created a fake Facebook profile on my phone.
Right.
And she messaged somebody, I don't know who.
Right.
And asked if she received a message on my phone if I would take it over there and show her.
Okay.
And I never, I just deleted it.
And what exception do you think it goes under?
8033, Judge. Statement of intent.
8033.
Then her state
Physical condition.
state of mind, yes, Your Honor. That she was in fear and she was trying to get out and she needed help.
Okay, Counsel Wales, please.
This is the state of mind of one of their witnesses?
No, it says a statement of the declarants, then existing state of mind, emotion, sensation, or physical condition, such as intent, plan, mode, design, mental feeling, pain, or bodily, but not including a statement of memory or belief to prove the fact remembered or believed unless it states to the execution, revocation, identification, or will.
I mean,
So I think what they're trying to do is they're trying to get her to say what Ms. Dishman said and trying to do it under 8033, saying that this was a statement by the declarant, by Ms. Dishman, of her existing state of mind, emotion, sensation, stuff like that.
Then I also object under 403 that its prejudicial effect also far outweighs, and it also object under 404B in that she's talking about a possible prior bad act, and
Who's bad at, oh, that she's afraid of?
she's afraid of for some reason. Is she being abused or whatever? I mean,
No, but you didn't say why she's, does she say she's afraid of?
in her statement before, so I'm expecting that to come in. But
Okay, well, I won't let that come in. So, this is all you're trying to get in, is that statement?
No, she's also heard the beating going on next door, Judge, and we're going to go into that.
Keep on asking, we'll see what else she says.
With regard to the statement of
I'll let that
the
in.
8.
I'll
Okay.
let that in right there.
Okay. The only additional proof we're going to have is what she heard in Christmas of 2019 with this particular witness. She heard a fight going on next door directly behind the wall where the fireplace is.
Well, why don't you go ahead and ask her, then they can object, and then we'll go.
I don't think
I
they're
don't think I
objecting
have
to that part.
objections to that. I only have objections to her testifying about what Ms. Dishman told her.
And we're going to do the same proof with Mahogany Pico because she did the same thing with Mahogany, went to her for help.
Let's just take care of that tomorrow, but what I'm going to do is allow her to testify what she just testified to under 8033, right? Okay.
Judge, just one more time, just to clarify the record, I'm also objecting because I'm saying it's testimonial, and it's testimonial that she's proclaiming fear based on a statement. She's basically testifying for Ms. Dishman about another incidence of fear.
He just crossed her, Judge, and assailed her credibility and completely.
I'll allow it tomorrow. Okay, I'll see y'all tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. Thank y'all for your work today. Very good job.
Thank you.